Are we live? Looks like we are live. Looks like we are live. Hold on, folks. I gotta check something here. I'll check over on...
Always that motherfucker.
Yeah, and I can't do anything in terms of they're playing Marvel Rivals and I still have not figured out how to fix that. Marvel Rivals hits my computer. I don't know. Hey Toby, hey, what's up, man? It's been a while. What's up? What's up? You got your account back. It seemed it was hacked. Holy crap, dude. Glad you got it back. Oh man. I need to figure out a way to get like Marvel Rivals to actually work on my computer, but I don't know if it's gonna, like, while I'm streaming, that is. It has not been working whatsoever. Jesus Christ. Anyway, that's Luna's been having fun with that, so I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, we got some news to look at. Welcome back, Toby. To be honest, I just used it to watch your stuff.
Knock his knuckles.
Hey. Hey, man. It sucks anyway, you know, when your account's taken. It sucks anyway. Who did that?
Now let's see how well you fare against my Biden blast.
Finally, someone uses that. Thanks, Toby. What's up, Argus? Here, let me stop messing with the mic here. We got some videos to look at, and I know there was a video by Xenosis Vex saying that Dawn Trail is both the worst and the best expansion ever due to battle content being the best in his opinion, but the story content has been the worst, not through his opinion, but through everybody else's opinion. Well, the best because, you know, the battle content. He likes the battle content. And plenty of other, like, hardcore creators and content creators and streamers and players of the like say the same thing. They say that the battle content is at its best. So you get to most of the recent dungeons, then it's not so good. They account dungeons, believe it or not, as casual content. So they don't even see dungeons as being some sort of content worth really going through over and over again. So they don't even count that. They do like Dawn Trail's like battle, boss battles though. But yeah, the most recent dungeons has been kind of a bore. How can I reach this battle content when the story is poo-poo?
Hello there.
I don't know, man. Hey, what's up, Rio? I don't know. I really don't know. If the story is poo-poo, who's gonna want to get through the rest of it? I went through the same thing going through World of Warcraft, but that was through Shadowlands. I was able to get through Dragonflight. Dragonflight was fine for me. People that quit the game at first came out because they couldn't complete the level 93 dungeon because it was apparently too hard. The level 93 dungeon was that... I want to call it the Peaks because saying the actual name of it is absolutely ridiculous. You came to WoW at the worst time. I did. I presumed everybody was leaving because there was something going on with the World of Warcraft content. I went in and all I really felt was more or less the new player experience, which was bad. Playing a puzzle game. Nice. My tea. My tea. We do have some stuff going on. Also, Toby, we have this thing in our Discord where, yeah, there's a place called The Wandering, right? It's called Wandering Reactions. I take a look at that every day and see what's in there and go through it, see if there's anything I can look at on stream. And it seems like there are... a couple things that I've missed. Oh. Oh, yeah, there's a couple things. Also, the War Within story stopped dead, and we know why. There's a few videos in there. Oh, there's like the whole controversy with... We already went through the payment processors with MasterCard and Visa. MasterCard and Visa. What else is going on? It's like the internet is being destroyed or something? When Dawn Trail first came out, people were quitting, complaining, saying dungeons were too hard. That Square was now only making content for Savage players. To be fair, for like the past 2 expansions, right? The battle content came out slowish. Even though they came, honestly, I think they came out on time. The problem was that a lot of hardcore people were getting through Endwalker and even Shadowbringers at the time. They were going through it like it was just another piece of pie, really. Should I go back to 14? You don't have to. I'll be honest with you. I advise you to ban me there because I flood it with videos about being called a Big Daddy Sink. Alright, keeping that in mind. Keeping that in mind. Did you know Cherry's a mod now? Cherry is a mod. She has power. They were crying on the forums about it. I've seen some of those forums about them crying about the whole difficulty and all that stuff in Dawn Trail. It just... I thought it was ridiculous. Honestly, I thought a lot of them were memeing, so... The only thing different is that you now have to focus in dungeons now. It's funny how people don't really want to think while doing content. How long was it did you read... How long was it did you read Big Daddy Sing? We were talking about it. I didn't even have to read it. I was in a stream with Luna the other day. I tried to get rid of it. I couldn't get rid of it. Looks like Big Daddy Sink is here to stay in that side of the world. in all that VTuber land. I tried to get rid of it. It couldn't go away. It's your phylactery or phylactery? It's your phylactery. Can we like not go to that side of the community and just forget that Big Daddy Sink was even a thing? Please. They're trying to get horror games and everything taken down as well. It's not only the loot stuff. Yeah, I heard about that. Because we talked about it yesterday. Remember, Mouthwatching is a psychological horror. And I don't play horror games. But it still sucks to see a genre of video games being targeted. And even loot games, right? Like, it's for somebody out there, obviously. For a good lot of somebodies. It's a good bunch of people who like them. So there's an audience for it, obviously. Even that, I don't think, should be censored or taken down. The whole Visa thing is BS. Yeah, absolutely. But I like watching them and telling people about them. Yeah, you guys already know this. I like the whole story behind, like, Five Nights at Freddy's because it's an interesting story outside and inside the game. Outside the game, Scott Cawthon was like called out for his creepy as hell Beaver game, which was supposed to be for kids, and he said it was like, who was it? Jim Sterling's before he became James Stephanie Sterling. He was like, it looks like creepy animatronics, and he did not like the game. So Scott was just like, okay, I'll make something out of that. And then the story just kept going and going. I think at first he was trying to, he really was just kicking it, right? Like he was just throwing things out there into the cauldron, and then things just started picking up. The story started picking up, and how the story just went along. Apparently, the calls and email spams has increased even more. Oh man. So now Visa and MasterCard are getting emails and calls for stupid shit. Well, we got a video to watch here. If you guys don't mind. And it says psychotic. I said psychotic modders demand royalties. Now this is a channel that was introduced to me. I know it does. Okay, well, it's been introduced to me, and basically it's somebody behind an AI voice giving their harsh opinions in the 14 community. This just the title to this 14 Final Fantasy 14 psychotic modders demand royalties. I am interested to know what that is all about. No, modders don't deserve shit. Well, obviously. Kind of don't like the content so much. Negativity. It is. That's why I don't like watch it all that much. All I know is that if the news is worthy, I'll take a look at it. If the news is not worthy, of course I'm not going to take a look at it. But the fact that modders wants compensation seems to be odd, and I wanted the context of it. I wonder if she... Oh, also follow me on Twitter. Nope, no, that's not it neither. Nope, she just... Okay, I guess she is the news. Alright, let's hear what she has to say.
Honestly, some of the worst people in this godforsaken community are not actually the mod beasts, but the mod makers themselves. Let me show you.
The mod beasts. You know what's interesting about modders and modding their games for aesthetic reasons? I mean, it's to their own. They're not really affecting anybody because that's, you know, that's what they're looking at and nobody else. I just think that some of these mods are absolutely ridiculous. Like, even like changing the aesthetic of how an action looks, that's one thing. I wish they could just sell that in the Mog Station, like changing up how any of the jobs attack and what it looks like would be so cool. They would make so much money out of that. But I know she's being selective about all this because all this just looks fugly. All of this fugly. Look at what the hoop in the ear. Somebody likes Jersey really, really, really much. Somebody really likes Cali girls. Somebody has really likes those. I don't know, the librarian look. And somebody tried to that is so doll. Somebody likes dolls, I guess. I don't know. This is just like the choice of aesthetics here. Anyway, it doesn't affect me.
You the latest in their string of entitled behavior. Now we have to keep in mind that these are already people who want to charge you.
His whole thing is just G-posing and interacting. Really? You have a friend like that? Be careful, Sync. You might be hunted. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I've been through controversy before. Let's go. Let's go. My mentor, Asmongold in Tech Zone, has taught me well. Let's go. No. More Mog Station. No more Mog Station. I'm just saying, Cherry. If they sold that for like $1 to $5, maybe just like $2, just to change the aesthetic of how your action looked, they would make a shit ton of money. And it would harm no one. And it would only be $1 to $2 or $5. I don't know. Square has been getting more and more greedy with the Mog Station items, and there's the reason why I was describing what it would be and how much it would cost. Because any of that stuff, right? Honestly, it's all aesthetic, really. Like, nobody really needs to pay for shit in the Mog Station, in all honesty. But as long as it doesn't interfere with anything, I don't care. I just don't. Remember when I said a true mod beast changes their character to the point they aren't even from the same game anymore? Honestly, yeah, no, yeah, I remember you say that. They would sell that shit for 50 or more? I doubt it. Come on. If they sold job actions and their changes for that much money, then I would have the most legit reason to basically fucking hate the people who are setting up shop there. Because you gotta remember, it's not Yoshi P that has anything to do with the Mog Station, right? It's other people. And I'm guessing it's probably somewhere in a marketing team. I'm guessing marketing and sales. Tell me about Rio. When I saw my tell me about it. When I saw my friend character, I was like, what game was that? Wait, okay. Can they do that? Can they change what other people see in their characters? Because I always thought it was client side, that they can only see what they see, and then on the other side it's like the default character, right? Well, unless they like showed you pictures and stuff, right? Because they can't change what you see, they change what they see. If they change what you see, that's a problem. Yeah, the price of their 8-person mount. Yes, I know the price of the 8-person mount. I bought the whale. I bought the whale, so I can only guess how much it is. It's probably between like 25 to 50 at this point, and I know that sucks. They're like copying WoW, but WoW's worse with that shit. There's a third-party tool that lets you see your friends look like, as well as let them see what you look like. I'll send you his character in private. Uh-oh, shit. So there is a plugin. There's a plugin. There's a plugin. Is that what you're saying? There's a plugin to syncs people's together, but that's something specific. Okay. Okay. Because I'd be worried if it was like a if it was anything like, oh, I can change up your client and have you see what I see, because then that's a no-go. It's a plugin. So like you both have to download the plugin and use it. Then that makes sense. That makes sense.
Subscriptions or direct payment anywhere between $2 to $50 for some of their mods, if not higher.
What makes this? Are they selling the mods? Oh. Well, there's a problem right there.
Even more hilarious is that half the time their mod is literally just stolen assets from other games that they put into 14. That's it, that's all they do. Now, I've always been of the position that giving these people money is a ridiculous notion, but some people are stupid enough to do so. Thus, we get drunk.
I don't know if it's... It might be illegal. It might be against TOS. It might be against their TOS. It could be illegal. I'm not entirely too sure, but I know it's a problem.
Like this. We're going to read these tweets that came onto my feed the other day. So the quote retweet says that it's always morally correct to pirate paid Final Fantasy XIV mods. 100% yes, she is correct. Congratulations for having...
It's always morally correct to pirate paid 14 mods. DM me if you need advice, link, etc. Use the mods you want and don't let others dictate what you can or can't use. In a way, I believe I understand that. If somebody's like, for instance, they have add-ons for WoW, they have add-ons for Minecraft. If somebody is selling mods for Minecraft, don't buy it. don't buy it. It's Minecraft. Buy Minecraft. Don't buy the mods for Minecraft. Because basically Mojang allows for mods and add-ons all the time. Same thing with World of Warcraft. If they accept mods and add-ons, I'm perfectly okay with using mods and add-ons as long as the people who make the game know it's happening. That's why you see like add-on buttons in some of their games and stuff like that. Like Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate has also add-ons. Like they have an add-on button, so add-ons is allowed. There are sites with pirated 14 mods. How are we in an age where we need to pirate mods? Because people are selling those mods. The fact in being is that they're also modding a game that has a distinct rule of no modding whatsoever, and third-party tools, but no modding whatsoever is a problem to me. Like, it's a problem to me because it's like, it says clearly, they say clearly not to do it. And yet people cannot help themselves but mod a game that they are not satisfied with. If you can't be satisfied with the vanilla game and you need to mod it to feel comfortable, then I think it's a problem for that person. I think they have a problem. Like, their problem is that they can't help themselves, and there's probably so much more to it. Obviously legal and not the stuff we really get, then them in trouble, because it's pretty much under the radar. Very much so, because they don't say anything out loud, obviously, but they're saying this shit on Twitter out loud. So, by the way, I sent you the pic, just don't show it, because I don't want him slapping me this weekend. The only tool I use is the ACT one to check how I'm doing. We call that the calculator here. You should know this, Toby. We call that the calculator. I don't really say like the full name. Maybe it's just a show of like being cheeky, and I know we all know Yoshi P knows that it exists. and he hasn't shut it down for reasons, obviously. Mods are what keeps games alive, though, or else a lot of games would die off. You're right, but at the same time, that's the point of live service games, is for them to constantly update their game. So technically, in not even a theory, technically, live service games should never need mods. Technically. Like, only reasonable people still play Skyrim because mods. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense now. You know, people selling the mods that all admit they know what they are doing isn't legal, but they don't care. And these people who will continue to do it will never care. They just want the money, and or they want their mods to be used, you know? I still play it every year because... Oh, wait, what are you talking about? Oh, my bad. Let me get a calculator during the fight. We say calculator, all right? That's what we do around here. Every year, because I showed my wife the 300 gigabyte file of mods I prepared to play with, only for me to play it for 4 to 6 hours. You talking about Skyrim? What the heck? Let me see this pic. You sure? Well, okay, because the guy looks like he could be from Final Fantasy, but they both look like they're from South Korea. They both look like they're idols, or yeah, they both look like they're either idols or celebrities from South Korea. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh boy. What did you send me, Toby? It's probably the South Korean version of 14. That's probably what it was. Honestly though, it's a wonder why so many people, like, the mods that people put in for 14, basically all aesthetic, changing how they look and all that other stuff, was perfectly fine, but it's like, I don't see the appeal.
The correct opinion. She says to use the mods you want and don't let others dictate what you can or can't use. Well, I will actually say that the ideal thing is to play games that you don't need to mod so heavily to find enjoyment from, because the moment the mods no longer work, that's it. You'd have to play the game for what it is. And a lot of modders don't actually like how ugly or limited baseline Final Fantasy XIV is without basic mods like adding eyebrows or all of the different class animation packs.
Imagine not liking to play a game that's full of a story, action, dark fantasy, and basically like a lot of combat content, and what you're worried about is your eyebrows. We're not even playing Final Fantasy anymore. We're playing Fashion Fantasy. This is what it is. Just change the name already.
So they were responding to someone who was saying that great news, everyone, there are now even more reasons not to give modders like Lie and others your money. They do in fact see you nothing but walking dollar bills to line their pockets. If this entitlement doesn't speak for itself, I don't know what will. More in the replies. Then they link to a photo where someone confesses that this Lie person and other paid modders in the ModBuds Discord server believe that if someone takes a private video commission and the client is using paid mods in it, that they are owed royalties. Oh my god, they really think they're celebrities, don't they?
I do like her PNG has that look on her. To be honest, WoW used to be like that without add-ons. It wasn't fun, like Gladius or other helper mods, which pushed devs to making harder content in response to add-ons like boss add-ons and stuff like that. Has it really changed though? Like, did it really change? What is she playing? Is she playing? The gameplay in the background looks like... It's that Final Fantasy game with I think it's that. I'm not really too sure. I don't know what's going on with World of Warcraft. I do know that when I was getting into it for Shadowlands, I was told, and I was given a gigantic list of mods that I needed to, and add-ons that I needed to download and play the game with, and they're like, if you don't have this, you're not going to enjoy the game. I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? It made me want less add-ons, to be honest, but I still need to download or update some so I can play. See, and that's the problem. If you need add-ons to play a game without it, like, I'm just gonna say this: if the vanilla game cannot be played without an add-on, first of all, the vanilla game could be just a bit too garbage. Like, it could be too garbage. Or you are so into mods and add-ons, and you need mods and add-ons to enjoy yourself playing a game that, I mean, honestly, I think it's a problem.
Well, I suppose this is their way of chasing clout, until they fly away to heaven like the 600-pound man in the movie The Whale. That's who most of these greasy losers are behind the screen anyway. They also believe that for GPOs and video commissions that the client should show receipts for all the mods they use.
What?
Otherwise you should refuse the commission because it's only ethical.
Why?
Ethical? The joke writes itself. Are the people who are constantly stealing things from other games and breaking everybody's terms of service under the sun really going to talk ethics? Mind you, I don't even care for them myself. Do what you want, but don't try and lecture me about ethics and morals while you're at it. These people act like feudal lords, no one should take them seriously. Once again, as the supreme goddess of having only correct opinions, I give you a gold star for you having a correct opinion as well. Look again, you guys know my opinion when it comes to mods. More often than not, at least in the case of bad games, they are a cope. A good game does not make it so that we have to mod in the basics to look good or to solve gameplay issues.
A good game needs no mods or add-ons. The reason why add-on and mod culture persists is because there are a lot of games that allow it. You know, there is a whole mod and add-on culture pretty much for almost every other relevant game out there. There's always some sort of mod. There's always some sort of add-on. In this case, we're talking about Final Fantasy XIV, which they don't want add-ons to be used. They don't want mods, and yet people use them anyway. The number one rule is to not talk about it. You know, it's like Fight Club. The number one rule of Fight Club is that you don't talk about Fight Club, right? That's why when we talk about the calculator, we talk about the calculator. It's a calculator. And the funny thing is that the calculator is probably the most accepted third-party tool for a game that doesn't allow third-party tools, you know? You don't talk about the calculator. You just reference the calculator or say it's a calculator, you know? Hey, Agent, what's up? Yeah, I this video from Athena is interesting because now we have modders who are saying, like, all right, pay up. Pay up. What are you talking about? I'm allowing you to use my mod. And you're like, well, I pay for the game and the subscription. Yeah, and now you're paying for my mod. Pay up. It's like, why? Why should I pay you shit? Like, what's going on here?
This is as much a problem with 14 as it is with 16. Just like the people who post videos of modded combos from 16, talking about how stylish they are. Mods. It's the same kind of cope with mod beasts in 14, talking about how good their character looks. I understand
didn't even know
why
that
some
was
of these
a
modders
name.
feel like they are.
Well, I didn't know that was the name for people who use mods a little too much. They're called mod beast. And remember that one video that was talking about the battle content and they were calling him a mod beast? And I'm just like, I can see why they call him a mod beast. I'm looking at his character with thick thighs and, you know, bigger assets on a character that shouldn't be like that. Of course, people are going to call you a mod beast. I'm just saying, man.
Owed cash for their efforts because I've used Blender and the like before. And yes, the process can sometimes be time-consuming if you're re-rigging things and whatnot. However, no one forced you to do that. That isn't your job. They have forgotten that what they do is a hobby, and that trying to make money out of your hobby can go catastrophically
Toby just gave me
wrong sometimes.
A screenshot of his friend.
Let me see if there is anything else in this thread that is worth looking at. Okay, the person is calling the paid modders sleazy, greedy, and weird. Again, no incorrect opinions detected. They show a post saying they know what this situation is all about, and that apparently people need to personally reach out to every creator of every single mod they are using for permission and paying them a % of their commission. Again, it's just unhinged behavior, and there are people who unironically think like this. It's just insane. I don't know what else I can tell you other than get.
I know exactly what Confession 2560 is about. The creator who asked this question is a good friend of mine. They were basically told that you, as the person taking a video commission in-game or Blender, should either personally reach out to the creator of every single mod your client is using for permission and pay them a percentage of your commission to the creator for using their mod in your project. Excuse me? What? He asked this because it actually happened. Some unhinged potter DM'd them a while back asking for money because their hair used in one of their commissions was a paid mod, and he wanted to know if he was going crazy for thinking this is absurd. These people argued a whole evening with him over wanting to be paid for being used in a Blender commission. Wow, so much drama for people making something that is illegal. You know, it's like how people pay for cheating in FPS games, and the cheaters who play FPS games while cheating, right? They're paying for this stuff. They're paying to cheat, right? And you know, I never really understand why they think that's an okay thing to do. Like, if you can't have fun in a video game without cheating, I think you should stop playing that video game. I really do. If you're not enjoying the video game as is, I don't think you should sit there and start, like, modding the game so that, basically, I mean, you're cheating. Trying to make Big Daddy Sync mod that makes your character look like Sync, only to demand Sync to give me royalties. I have a mod in listen, I already have a mod in 14 called Vanilla and no mods, and my character looks perfectly fine. Okay. my character looks fine. Fate mods are actually seen as really bad, even in the modding community. Well, clearly this person doesn't know that and wants people to pay for his mods. His hair mod.
To life, if you seriously think that you are owed money because the hair mod you made with stolen assets showed up in someone else's video. Lunatics. They say that you need to stop coddling these people because they're all shitty hypocrites, and that's also true. Again, when you are dealing with a control freak who likes attention, which is a lot of Final Fantasy XIV modders, the best thing to do is block and disengage. What? You need to put these people in timeout because otherwise their behavior gets reinforced and they just get worse. I know that my little monsters aren't as stupid enough to give these people money for their mods, so again, by all means, just go steal or pirate them, I guess. It's literally a free-for-all despite how much some of these types want to try and establish order.
You wouldn't steal a mod? What?
Very few of their mods are any kind of original work, so have at it. It's just hypocrisy at the end of the day, and another example of the greatest community of Tenyan mods, by the way, allowing the mentally ill to run rampant. Luckily, at least in this regard, there are more people who do not actually let them just say or do whatever, which is good. I mean, literally, can you imagine people like the milking cow mod person charging money for their alleged work? It's just stupid. I guess in terms of other mods, now the game will finally have chat bubbles, but again, too little too late. Over in World of Warcraft, a lot of graphical mods like outfits and the sort were banned years ago with actual penalties enforced on people who still tampered with those files.
Oh, that's interesting.
But quality of life add-ons are still allowed. I think that's okay, but they could still do a bit more with taking some of those add-ons and making them base game features.
Honestly, quality of life add-ons, if allowed, I think that's fine. But then I would love to encourage the company themselves to develop their own system that basically is that mod. You know, they put it in themselves. Like how 14 is taking chat bubbles after like 8 freaking years of people asking for chat bubbles, and it's like they were just like, okay, we're gonna put it in, and they were just like, yo, it took you 8 years to get chat bubbles. What the fuck? And we're looking at it because chat bubbles are coming up in the next patch, right? Later down the line, I think it's like 7.35, but they're getting chat bubbles because people constantly ask. And when the World of Warcraft people came over to 14, they were asking incessantly. Like they didn't stop. They were like, "Where's the chat bubbles? I want chat bubbles." And I think somebody over there was just like, okay, shut up. We'll put it in. Jeez, God, damn chat bubbles. Like what? Why? Using emote to cheat fights is something that people should be bullied for using. You know me, I'm too nice. I would never bully anybody for it. I would just say like, hey, listen, if you're gonna use a cheat, I'm sorry, I can't play with you, man. I can't play with you. I can't be in a fight with you. I can't play this content with you. If you're going to cheat, I'm not going to be there when you're cheating. That's just me, right? That's just me. I wouldn't bully them. I'd just stay away from them. There's a lot of people complaining there was no chat bubbles at 14. Yeah, it was. You still remember Mean Sync? No, you don't. That was a figment of your imagination from a different timeline that you had when you were having a delusional amnesia that you got off an island that you just so happened to be rescued from, and there you imagined that Sync Weaver. He never existed. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, Toby. That Sync Weaver never existed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
14. I don't feel like these devs care to listen much, or will only do so when things get really bad like they have now. Don't think for a second you would have gotten Vieira or Hrothgar hats anytime soon if Dawntrail hadn't pissed people off so badly that they...
Fire Knight _
I don't even know how you did that.
Toby Cooler Jiggy. Fire Knight _ 01 gifted a tier 1 sub to DR Toby Cool. They have given 6 gift subs in the channel.
Oh wow, thank you. That was an extra voice I didn't expect would go off. Thanks Toby for the gift sub. Thank you. Appreciate it. And it was offered to Argus. Thank you, man. Thank you. And I didn't even know how you pulled off the sound alert at the same time. Is it connected some way? That's crazy, man. Oh, it was offered by Argus. Sorry. Thank you. Argus offered it to Toby. I'm reading that wrong. I'm blind as a bat right now. Thank you, Argus, for giving Toby that sub. How the hell did you coordinate that where Toby did the Biden blast and got subbed at the same time? Y'all gonna have to explain that one. No, I don't even know how y'all did that. We're the same person. How'd y'all do that? Bring back Mean Sync, please. It's time to bully the cheaters. I don't know what you're talking about. That was a different timeline, Cherry. I don't even know how you... that was the most coincidental, like, sound alert sub I've ever seen in my life. Random luck. I don't know. You guys are probably the same person. I don't believe you.
Scrambled to see what easy wins they could score.
I don't believe you.
Blizzard did something similar back in Shadowlands, which is when I think Void Elves got normal skin and hair colours, so you could basically make high elves even though they really don't want to add them as a race.
Wait, isn't that just Night Elf and High Elf? Or Night Elf and Blood Elf? I might be wrong. Do Blood Elves have fair skin, right? And Night Elves are supposed to have blue skin, right? Nope, Void Elf and Blood Elf. Okay. Wait, I'm so confused. So, Void Elves... Why do Void Elves look like... Unless Night Elves look bluer? I'm not sure. Night Elves have longer ears. But they have long ears. I don't know. I'll look it up later. I'll look it up. I'm probably this is how you could tell I don't play World of Warcraft, by the way.
I don't feel like this video needs to be particularly longer than this, as I've gotten the point across. I know that my little monsters are not here for 40-minute rambles from yours truly. So as a general rule, I like to keep these videos under 10 to 15 minutes and shorter if I need. This may be a hot take, but nowadays I do feel like the character creator in World of Warcraft is way ahead of 14s. But maybe I can go into that deeper in a different video. I know that modders love these videos because they always come in and mass report them, but at the end of the day...
Is it though? No and yes, it isn't though. It could have changed while I was gone. I know that the Drakthir can now look broader, like actual manly, I guess. I don't know. I haven't made a new... I haven't touched that game in a while, man. This is biased? It is biased. Yeah, she is very biased, yeah. She obviously has, like, you know, a lot of anti-14 rhetoric here. Which is fine, that's her opinion. I do wish they gave 14 more stuff. Kind of do too, yeah.
Any engagement is good engagement. YouTube seems fine with letting this channel continue to exist, so exist it shall. You know that I'm running experiments and trying to improve the quality of things behind the scenes, so what I've recently done is I found a website to compress the audio of these videos. I'm hoping that it makes them a bit easier to listen to without weird audio glitches, because for whatever reason there doesn't seem to be the option to compress the audio in CapCut, which is what I use to make these.
You could always use Audacity, or if you want to use anything, you can use Fruity Loops, or you know what? I don't think Fruity Loops is actually valuable because you might not be using a Mac, right? You're probably not using a Mac machine. Then you could probably, there's like I need to find out which one it is, because I generally use audio and I use a lot of audio tools within DaVinci Resolve. You can always just use DaVinci Resolve. That's all I could say.
I'm going to be honest with you that I literally watched a TikTok on how to make these kinds of videos, and I just did the same thing but widescreen for YouTube. Funny how things worked out in the end. I'll keep experimenting with other things too, which I'm hoping turns out alright. In the end, I'm here for a fun time and hopefully a long time too.
Here for a fun time and for a long time too. Well, I mean, if you're so delusional in thinking that your mod, a piece of illegal thing, is supposedly something worth buying and selling, and you want commission on it, you're absolutely out of your fucking mind. I don't know why these people think that way. I like like what makes you think that you can do that, man? What makes you think that you can do that? Which the question is, why didn't they fix the fucking code instead of giving a graphic update? Because the code is way too complicated for them to even try to attempt to fix. Because if what they've said about the whole spaghetti code thing, and from the classes that I've taken on coding, I imagine it's like probably nearly 5,000 lines of code, if not more, over the years, that they're just stacking on and stacking on and stacking on with subroots of different external channels and links to different parts of like the most simplest lines to fix whatever they need to for like a temporary thing. Their wall of code is probably so messed up that a professional would look at this and quit on the spot. they'll be like, "You want me to fix this?" And they'll be like, "Yeah, you can do that, right?" And they'll be like, "Nope, I'm leaving. I'm going to World of Warcraft." People got way too comfortable with mods. I see mods as a good thing to fix things, but it's never a promise. I'm not hardcore anti-mod. I am more or less within reason mod. Like, if the game itself, if the company who makes the game itself accepts mods and add-ons, then I say that's fine. But I'm more of a proponent for vanilla. Like, I would rather play a game with as little to no mods as possible. With that being said, the West is filled with too many people who loves mods. Like, they really want the experience of playing the game like to be extended, or they wanted to have like extra longevity being able to play the game, which is fine. But if you get started a game and your first time playing the game is with mods, I think that's a problem. I think that's a problem at the very least. There are things I do criticize on Athena, so I am mixed with this channel. No, definitely. I don't watch a lot of her videos because a lot of it really is like, you know, a biased take of a certain subject. Not hating on her or anything, but a lot of it is not appealing to me, right? This is just news that I think is interesting. Holy moly, I've been following you since 2020. That's not very long, but thank you for following me since 2020. I mean, it's 5 years, so it could be accounted like internet years. Could be a very long time, but yeah. Someone Sync, wait, come on, Sync. They need their thick mods. They need to go outside. They need to look at a real woman. I don't know. I'll say they'll hop back on 14 down the road. They will. They'll probably will. It's funny because if you play something so highly modded, can you call it a genuine experience of what the devs intended? No. That's the answer. No. You're playing probably half the game, because the other half is probably some sort of modded experience. you're playing maybe the most base of what the bot or what the game is, and then the mod takes over. And that's usually the case. If it's like mods that changes the aesthetic, then you are playing the game, you're just looking at it differently. Using mods to make Sync the perfect woman for me. No. No. Why, look at a real woman when they can create the perfect one. No. No. Some mod Bs probably do run 2 frames on their PC. I'm sure they have it so that they can perfectly look at the character that they want. Like, this is just the thing, man. This this is just the thing, man. People like to look at things. And remember what I was talking about yesterday about desire? People will do the things of their desire, and what people desire is pretty it's pretty much the most basic of things. People here are the top 5 things people desire. People desire food. People desire money. People desire company, right? They don't want to be lonely. People desire entertainment, and people desire what I was about to say something else, but people desire I already said that. What was the 5th thing I was talking about? Not reason, but like people desire I forgot what was it. Food, money, companionship, entertainment. Oh, purpose. There you go. Sorry. Don't forget comfort. Comfort goes into entertainment. Like people desire comfort comes from all of that. Comfort is like the culmination of that, like of all of that, right? Like people desire comfort, but people desire food. That's comfort. Money. That's comfort. Entertainment. That's comfort. Companionship. That's comfort. Yeah, and purpose. Purpose is the 5th thing. Like if somebody, that's why you have a lot of these people doing social media and absolutely destroying their lives for it. I've said myself I would never return to 11, but look at me now. 11 just made itself known again because 14 said, hey, do you remember my older brother? Upgraded his own computer just to improve G-Pose stuff. That makes sense, though. That's what they desire. That makes sense. I beat Dark Souls when it came to PC on a laptop that can reach temperatures I can cook my eggs on. Never quite fit. You never quit 14. Just take long breaks. That's the same thing with old school RuneScape. You don't really quit old school RuneScape or WoW. You just take really long breaks, and then you find yourself back there again. Well, this was an interesting video. We have, I think, a few more videos on... One's Bellular. Bellular usually goes over like 10 minutes. The other one is the internet censorship just came to the US.
Welcome back, guys. So just yesterday we talked about the situation unfolding in the UK with new regulations forcing people to give up their personal information such as face scans and credit card information.
Yeah, that's so weird, dude. Like, we're starting to become China. Like, if you guys don't know, China has face scans and credit scores. So, like, every little thing you do in China's major sectors, they keep an eye on you. Like, even if you're a country bumpkin, they've got something on you. They'll be like, oh, this person lives somewhere in province, whatever. And they'll know. Because there's literally a camera on every block in every street that you can think of in China. They go off of a credit score. And even if you're trying to board a train, your credit score counts for just boarding the train. And with the face cams everywhere, they basically know what you're up to and know what you access. Even if you're just, going to a bank, obviously, there's going to be cameras in the bank and stuff like that. But, like, all of this just to say, we're starting to become that. I don't know. This is nuts. They is now trying to profit from all this drama with rage baiting. That's a he? I didn't even know it was a he. I didn't even know. Every government wants this level of control. It's probably the sad truth of it, AJ. You're probably right about that. just like, we know that our government has done some really shady shit, and it's been like very atrocious to their own people in their own country. We know this. I'm not even going to try to start becoming a political channel on this, but that should be common sense at this point. If you're age 25 and up, you should know this. Trying to gaslight Mr. Happy and Atheris 2 doesn't help either. Trying to gaslight them. Oh my goodness, Mr. Happy. I'm wondering what he does nowadays. I know he still streams, but he streams on Twitter or X. He gets a good amount, I guess.
All under the guise of trying to protect children.
Too, I guess.
We'll revisit this in a second for anyone who may be out of the loop on that situation and the context there. We'll briefly take a look at just a few paragraphs on this article explaining what's been going on. But first, I want to get right to the new situation, as similar stuff is actually unfolding right here in the US. As just hours ago today, a lot of people are talking about this tweet. It says, "The Kids Online Safety Act is the US equivalent of the EU's Digital Services Act and UK's Online Safety Act. If passed, it will lead to digital identity, total de-anonymization of the internet, and massive censorship. It was reintroduced to Congress May 2025.
Okay. I hope he talks more about this, because the Kids Online Safety Act it's not what, I mean, a lot of what they try to, they put kids in there just to say, oh, it's for protecting the children. The children needs to be protected from the online internet. It needs to be saved. They need to be saved. The children, think of the children. It's BS. It's all BS. It's all BS. Honestly, the Kids Online Safety Act is a BS bill just to gain control over the internet, which honestly you shouldn't even want to try, because there's too much on the internet. It's very free flow, but it is to take control, yes.
And indeed, we can see this over on congress.gov. S.1748.
I think there should be a limit to how kids access online. The problem is, either there are things that kids will know a lot more than adults what to do with their devices than the adults, which is part of the problem. Because there are a good number of adults who don't know how to put in safety measures on their computer or devices. They just don't know how to do that. And it would be advantageous for people to not even allow that, because they probably want kids to start seeing things online. You know how back, and this is probably still a thing now, on YouTube, a lot of grotesque shit is on YouTube for which they want kids to watch. And because there's so many kids watching it, they gain revenue from it. And that's just YouTube, Ooh, excuse me. That's why you don't allow kids to use net till they're older, if they really want to protect kids. Honestly, I agree. There's like a way to stop kids from going to like social media, to any of the bad websites. Like there is a way to, if you're a parent that have like a head on your shoulders, there is a way to safeguard your computer. Limit the accessibilities of the internet. Like they would need, every time they go on the internet, they would need a password from their parents, and the parents would be like, yeah, you need my permission. That's crazy. I just think that she said she provided feedback, not useful not useful at all. She's just feeding into the anger and frustration of the community in a very unhinged way. Last time I checked this she started pushing her political views in one of those videos. That's when I checked out. Oh, no. I'm not saying she could do that, honestly. That's her opinion. That's all. I'm not saying that I watch all of her videos. I watched one video which I think made sense. And then after that, I didn't watch any of her videos, but her feed kept popping up onto my YouTube channel. And then this came up on my YouTube channel. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So I just, thought I'd share it. Doesn't mean I'm not even subbed to her. Like, look. See? I'm not even subbed to her. And yeah, see, I only watched 2 of her videos. You see?
Honestly, some of the
Once again, called the Kids Online Safety Act. although it's currently only in the introductory stage, this is also clearly not good news, especially with all that's currently unfolding across the world. Various governments trying to seize as much control over the internet and individuals as they possibly can, and payment processing corporations trying to censor things and also achieve as much control as they possibly can too. And groups like Collective Shout over in Australia propagating this stuff with the payment processors, and we can see what our government's doing. Are they trying to protect people and fight this stuff? No, they seem to love it.
Hope to see you next time.
Of course, they'll try and frame it like they're protecting people. Yeah, they're trying to frame it like they're protecting children, but we all know better. Admittedly, there's not too much information out just yet about the specifics of the bill, but I think we can reasonably presume what this is about. And so let's briefly hop back over to vocal.media. This article we started with about what's happening in the UK. We'll just read like these paragraphs right here probably. So it says, the UK Online Safety Act is out and it's already causing havoc. In a digital era where privacy is already on life support, the UK's long-anticipated Online Safety Act has officially become law, and its real-world consequences are emerging faster than many expected. Championed by the government as a framework to protect children and users from harmful content. Critics argue the act is less about safety and more about surveillance.
I agree. It's more about surveillance, but there is a degree of understanding here about surveillance. There is a degree of understanding there because kids could be influenced or go to the wrong site and start having these mind things that just make things more complicated for the kids. I get that. I just think that we do not have the technology to be able to totally safeguard a kid, but also allowing freedom for, adults and everybody else. Like, we do not have the technology to have, like, maybe a screen retinal scans the person's eyes who's using it or something like that, and then the computer turns on saying, "Welcome, Jerry," or something like that. We don't have that kind of technology. We don't have that technology because face scanning absolutely is not something that you want, especially when it comes to the intricate frameworks of the internet, right? The internet, you don't really want to start doing that, because then you're going to piss off a lot of people. A lot of people are going to get pissed off. Honestly, getting tired of seeing parents trying to be their kid's friend rather than being a parent. I think that's true in every word there, Argus. I think that's true. I don't know how many parents are doing that now. I'm not a parent myself, but two of my best friends are parents, and from me watching them, they're being parents. They're not being the friend of their child, There's a point where people need to fight back, and that's when government overreaches. No one should ever trust the government with anything. There's only a couple things that I would trust the government with. Only a couple things, like wholeheartedly. I will only trust them, right? I would trust them to keep me safe in the country that I'm in, because if I'm not safe, they're not safe. If I get bombed, they're getting bombed. That's the one thing I know, that I know and guarantee that, hey, if I get fucked, you're fucked, right? So that's why I don't even trust them to keep Cherry safe. That's the only thing I can really say, because United States government really wants to keep their own asses alive, and what they'll do is fund lots of weapons. So if they want to keep their asses safe, they keep their country, at the very least, the people within the country, safe. Because God knows, in terms of external forces, I should say, because God knows that they don't really, they'll do something to their own citizens. Let's be honest. Like, when it comes to external sources, I'm sure they'll do whatever they can to keep their asses safe, thus keeping citizens safe. But within the country themselves, they'll probably abuse the shit out of people. I don't know. I don't know. They'll keep themselves safe, and they don't care about the people. Well, without the people, they can't really keep themselves safe. Like, for one thing, tax is a big proponent for the government, and they need the taxes of the people. Is the reason why, nowadays, they want to try just a little bit harder, except, Trump's in power. But they'll try just a little bit harder to have millionaires and billionaires get taxed out the wazoo in some form or fashion. There's a reason why a lot of rich people offshore their money. But there are some things that they really need to like oblige by, which is, at the very least from external sources, keep their asses safe. This doesn't mean that they won't, abuse their own power within the country themselves. But it's not like it's as bad as North Korea or like even the bare minimum of China or Russia or something like that. Defending our shores and make sure we have functioning economy, but they're failing harshly on one at the moment. True enough. And I will only give credit to the United States for this. They set up a pretty good defensive measure for the country itself. So if you guys haven't seen like a couple of videos on this, and you believe me or not when I say this, but the United States has one of the toughest, if not the strongest defensive measure within any country, out of any country. And the reason for that is because at the north, you have Canada. At the south, you have Mexico. Now, those two are like a barrier. And those two are already pretty much in terms neighbors and allies. Like, Canada may have some sort of grievance against the United States due to certain social problems, of course, but, Canada's kind of effing themselves up there with that whole social dilemma. And Mexico's all for Trump at this point. Mexico's ready. East and west have mountains and ranges. Not only that, but if they tried to go through the country in any kind of way, if they tried to take measure of like how they're going to invade like the center, like going from one side to the other of the country in some sort of military kind of fashion from like an outside external force is really hard, and it's very well defended. Like, they'll try both of the coasts, east and west, is very well defended with their harbors and their marine forces. Like, they are very well defended on the coasts. So, it's not a good idea to try to attack the U.S. in any kind of fashion. It's not a good idea. My state is failing so bad in economics due to mismanagement of money. That's a problem that we have. Now, the other second thing I will say, the second thing that I know that our government is doing is that they are, at the very least, feeding us a little too much. They feed us a little too much. They are very willing to make food that gets us all fat and it's all unhealthy. They'll feed us for sure. That may be like a benign, just like an out there point of anything, but yeah, the government, they feed them, they feed people. And a lot of I don't know if you guys even know this, but there is a lot of times where there is so much food that they could feed the homeless 3 times over. If not, I think it's either 3 or 5 times over. They could feed the homeless in the United States 5 times over. It's not healthy feeding. No, it's not healthy feeding. We need to start making less food. Cherry believes we make too much food. Yeah, we do make too much food. We can, like I said, we can feed the homeless like 5 times over. In all of the United States, we can feed the homeless. That's how much crappy food we have, though. Like, think the process of making food in this country is just, well, it's processed food. It's mostly processed food. We have so many ways to preserve food, to keep food where it is, to basically mutate animal. I shouldn't say mutate animals. That's going a little too far. But growth formulas, fattening up the cows, chickens, pigs, beef, whatever, lamb, all that other stuff. But the fact of being is that it's not healthy. All of it is not healthy. We make more food, but it's not healthy. It's a waste to make more food than we need. It is, and it's a problem. It is a problem. Like, how are we making so much food and we still have people who are hungry sitting in the streets, and we could feed them 5 times over? So it's like, it's so weird. It's so weird.
Now that the law is active, its effects are starting to ripple through UK internet spaces, and the concerns are loud, urgent, and increasingly justified. We'll take a look at this section too, actually. This is also very important. So they say, under the guise of reducing anonymity and curbing abuse, the law empowers Ofcom and approved platforms to require government-issued ID, facial recognition data, or other personal information to verify user identities.
There's also people who take advantage of being homeless, and let me describe this. So we have this problem in both Philadelphia and New York because I've seen it personally. There are people who will be homeless, act like they're homeless, right, all day. They'll get quite literally hundreds of dollars just acting a certain way on the streets, and they'll just walk around, look like they're sick and all that stuff. But the funny thing was that there were people who were investigating the homeless. They followed some guy in New York who, there's a guy who's always homeless in one of the parks of New York. And when these people were following him without him noticing, right, they saw him go behind, go into like the toilets and stuff. He came out in a suit. Like full on business suit, glasses on, hat on, like a good looking hat. And he just walked over to a Bentley and drove off. The Bentley that was 2 blocks down behind a building that nobody would ever see. And this was at night where people were going off and there aren't any people in the street. He went into the bathroom after taking off the rags that he was wearing as a homeless guy and left in a Bentley. I want you to think about that. There are some homeless like that. The homeless in Washington are really drugged up. The homeless in a lot of places are really drugged up. There's a whole entire street over in Philadelphia where it's all just drugged out homeless people. That's why you give food, not money. What I really like is that being homeless at this point is a matter of, it's supposed to be a matter of life and death. But there are way too many programs that I have myself witnessed that I know my brother is part of too. Well, used to be probably, that I investigated. And at this point, it's almost a choice to be homeless for so many people, especially in major areas like California, New York, Philadelphia, Florida, Washington, DC. And, I'm asking myself is why don't they take advantage of some of these systems? That's always my question. And I don't know the answer to that. I don't know why they don't take advantage of it. They take advantage of the free food when it comes to winter, right? People shelter the homeless. People open up buildings. They open up gymnasiums so that the homeless don't freeze to death out in the street. And then when the winter is done, they throw them back out in the streets. It's crazy. But they always offer them some sort of program to get back into society, and I don't know why some of them don't want to take it. It confuses me. That's why I refuse to give money, because I've seen families panhandle in Seattle, but live in Bellevue. I don't know, man. I don't.
Apps or forums not traditionally considered quote unquote high risk, and here's the kicker. The data doesn't just sit on your phone or with the app. It's a part of a centralized, regulated system. In other words, if you want to use the internet in the UK like a normal person, you may have to dox yourself to the government first. That's a level of exposure many civil liberty advocates say crosses a line. We were told this is about child safety, says Priya Merton, a digital rights lawyer with the UK-based group Open Privacy Alliance. But what we're seeing is the creation of an infrastructure that can track, monitor, and punish speech. Arrests for online speech. Merton points to several disturbing cases already emerging in the law's wake. One involves a 19-year-old arrested in Birmingham after being reported for quote-unquote offensive comments on a private Discord server. Although the original context was a heated argument over politics, the content was flagged via moderation algorithms now required under the new law and forwarded to authorities. We're witnessing the criminalization of speech, Merton says, and the worst part, the infrastructure now exists to make these arrests easier. And that's already proliferating in the UK.
Imagine saying that you didn't like the facial structure of a politician and getting arrested for that. That's crazy. That's crazy. You had an opposite idea of how it's different if you're making a threat. Right? If somebody was threatening to do something to somebody, then it makes sense. But like saying, "Oh, I don't like this side of whatever," right? And then you get arrested for it, that'd be crazy. I hope that's not the case. No one should be arrested for speech that's against free speech. I'm hoping there's something more to it. I hope there's nuance. Like the guy was like planning to do something horrible or something. I don't know.
For example, take a look at this top post from 20 hours ago on the subreddit UK Politics titled "Elite Police Squad to Monitor Anti-Migrant Posts on Social Media." Top response reading, "Dear the police officer reading this, if your job is to waste my tax money by sitting on your fat arse scrolling through Reddit and Twitter to keep an eye on people realizing that the government of the last 30 years have lost the plot and that they'd rather their community be safe, the HR advisor who described you as elite was only doing it to spare your feelings. Go transfer to a county line/SA gang crackdown division if you want to actually live up to why you wanted to become a police officer instead of just doing easy work." The comment right below that saying, "We should deport all migrants who have come illegally. Any legal immigrants who commit crimes should be deported. Immigrants should not be able to claim any benefit until they obtain ILR, at which point it is determined on their contributions. Migrants have no access to social housing, no hotels, no spending money, nothing. NHS surcharge to continue."
Illegal immigrants, I mean, if it's an illegal immigrant, then I think the law should honestly come down. If they are criminals, I think they should be arrested and sent back, right? That should be the common thing. Like, don't come in here illegally. If you get in here illegally, sure, get slapped at a wrist, but you're going home, right? Yeah, it's like, don't keep them here, just send them home, right? I don't even care if like the process takes, weeks or something like that. But send them home. If you're an illegal criminal, get arrested, go be sent back to your country, and go to jail. I think that would be the simple enough terms that go to jail. Go to jail in your own country. I'm just saying, if all we do is allow immigrants to come in illegally, then it will be a problem for the country itself. There is a reason why there is a process to these things. And I feel you. If you are a person who wants to go into whatever, Corinne, thank you for the follow over on Kick. If you are a person who wants to move over into the United States, that's fine, but do it through legal channels. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Really, UK isn't as free as one thinks. No offense, Yui. I know, but it's much worse now than it was before. Oh shit. Honestly, it's ridiculous. Oh shit. Cherry feels bad for you? For me or for the people who are coming in? Like, all I'm saying is that illegal immigrants, right? I do feel for them. There's a reason why they want to be here, but do it through official channels so that there won't be any trouble, so that there won't be any problems. For Yui, oh, Cherry feels bad for Yui. I don't know what's going on over there, but from what it looks like, you can say the most unofficial stuff, saying that you disagree with something, and some cop will knock on your door saying, "Did you write this post?" And you'd be like, "Yeah." "Well, you're gonna have to come with me to the station." It's like, why? It's like you've said something offensive on the internet, like what? Saying that you disagree with something in terms of pride or something like that. It's like, well, yeah, I don't agree with it. It's really like invading my child's life, and it's kind of endangering them. I don't want my child to be a part of that. It's like, that is hate speech, sir. Please come with me to the station. I'm like, what the fuck?
And you gotta wonder if that person's gonna get a knock on their door from the elite police force over that comment. Another top comment reading, "Look, I'm not a fan of the way some people talk about immigration, but can we just stop with the authoritarianism, please? If government actually showed they cared about people equally, properly, and not just play lip service to the notion while constantly doing things that prove otherwise, actually care about our boys not doing well in school, for example, for genuine reasons instead of demonizing them."
Are they talking about not the gender, I'm sorry, about the the male population within their country? Because they said, "Our boys not doing well in school." Because right now, the funny thing is that women are more they're more successful in school. This has been this has been looked into, it's been researched. Women and females, I should say females, are having more success in school and scholarly situations, right, than men, or males, I should say. They graduate at a topper percentage. They go to school and are able to go through school in a top percentage, but males are failing school. They're not really graduating. And it's really turning into a thing where this whole notion of females not being paid upon their degree, that's been erased. It really has, because especially in the United States, women are closer and closer and closer. They're not only just being equal in terms of how much they're getting paid, but from what I've heard, they're starting to top it, because men are literally failing in their education. Because boys learn differently from girls. Well, I mean, yes and no. General education should be the same. Like, both boys and girls should be learning general education at the same pace. I could be in a coding class, she could be in a coding class. But if there's like a difference in terms of like physical education or sexual education, of course that's going to be different. That's fine. And if you mean like they learn differently because like how they learn, girls learn a different way, boys learn a different way because of just their genetic makeup, I mean, for sure, but that comes down to the point of the teacher, right? Are they investing their time and using their techniques to teach boys and girls in a way that befits them? I don't know. Honestly, I'm not really too sure how education can actually be fixed in this case, because it seems to be failing a lot of people, especially males. So that's been a thing in the United States, at least for a while, that males are basically failing themselves in some form or fashion, or education is failing them. I'm not entirely too sure.
Actually care that houses cost stupid money, that the NHS is on its knees and actually fix stuff, people would have less reason to scapegoat the blame of their hardships onto anyone else. If life here is actually good and enjoyable for people in the UK, then people would be happier, and their posts would reflect that. The angry posts, regardless of the rationale or ideology behind them, is indicative of dissatisfaction and unhappiness, if not outright suffering, even and when blame is being misplaced.
Yeah,
fix that for people, they'll be happier. Then you all wouldn't need to go crazy with frankly expensive surveillance and speech suppression. And
well, I mean, I think part of the problem why the government and just all of its, their perfection, why they don't understand how to actually take care of their people, is because these are really old, really decrepit, really old thinking kinds of old people who have no idea how to actually stick with the times or understand the times. There's rarely there's rarely any kind of politician that understands anything. They would rather just enforce some sort of law rather than figuring out how the culture have changed since the goddamn 50s and 60s. We have old people in charge of the world, and these old people have little or do nothing to interact with anybody in the younger generation. They just do not. They do not interact with it. 3 generations apart, and they don't want to try to understand them. So they create these laws that they think is doing right, but they are doing more significant damage. I don't know, man.
Similar stuff unfolding in Australia. 8 days ago from Our Australian Politics, this post titled Face, Age, and ID Checks Using the Internet in Australia is about to fundamentally change. The article itself says the Albanese government trumpeted the passage of its legislation banning under 16s from social media, which will come into effect in December, but
measures deployed online service, including looking at your account history using facial age assurance and bank card checks. Identified checks using IDs such as driver's license to keep children under 16 off of social media will also apply to login accounts for search engines like Google. What? From December, under an industry code that came into force in the end of June. The code will require search engines to have age assurance measures Okay, I can't read all that.
Industry codes developed by the tech sector and e-safety commissioner Julie Inman Grant under the Online Safety Act will probably have much larger ramifications for how Australians access the internet. Measures to be deployed by online services could include looking at your account history or using facial age assurance and bank card checks. Identity check.
Men will be very dominant in physical labor, in the physical labor department. Well, I mean, yeah, genetic makeup going for, like, most men are going to, if not like a good majority of men, yeah, they're always going to be better in physical labor, of course. That's how we're built. But it's like saying, like, okay, so let's say, like, in the future, women were the thinkers and men were just the builders, right? They're the ones who do all the labor and all the hard work. They do all the farming, they do all the construction, they do all the, creation of things, where the women are the thinkers, the children rearers, and they keep, like, the economic structure because they're the thinkers, right? They keep the finances in check, they keep the economy in check, right? So that kind of system and that kind of way of going on would lead to a splinter within society, because then it's going to be like a freaking inner war on seeing who's more important in society, the one who creates or the one who's just, the thinkers or the builders. It becomes very, very volatile. This is what we need: banning people under 16 from social media. I agree. The problem is that in order to ban these kids off of social media, they need a lot more information than needed. I think that's, like, the argument point there. It's going to backfire on them when politicians go online.
Using IDs such as driver's licenses to keep children under 16 off social media. But will also apply to logged-in accounts for search engines from December, under an industry code that came into force at the end of June. The code will require search engines to have age assurance measures for all accounts. And where an account holder is determined to be aged under 18, the search engine would be required to switch on safe search features to filter out content such as adult material from search results. 6 more draft codes being considered by the e-safety commissioner would bring similar age assurance measures to a wide range of services Australians use every day, including app stores, AI chatbots, and messaging apps. A top comment on this one saying, simply put, this policy will be impossible to enforce. Age verification every time I use a search engine like Google. Okay, so the major corporate-owned search engines sign up 1%, and comply. That leaves all the other options that I'm not going to go listing, but they are all browser alternatives that focus on user information and data protection. As far as I'm concerned, what's at stake and what should be considered is being ignored. Why is it that anytime our government proposes new legislation or laws to supposedly protect us and keep us safe, we never ever discuss the possible abuse of power that could be conducted if we ever faced a government that was authoritarian and oppressive? It's not about if you think it could happen or will happen, it's always a possibility. It's about the risk involved. We have already, over the last 20 plus years, shot ourselves in the foot as society on a global scale. We just hand new powers to governments on the promise of a safer society and the necessary to protect ourselves. When are we going to wake up and realize more laws, regulations are rarely the answer for long-term safety? Enforcement of what's already in place and has been working for hundreds of years is what's required. It's that simple.
What it really comes down to isn't really making laws to make people safe. It's the responsibility of the people and the persons. It is the responsibility of the adult to take care of children, to take the measures that they should they shouldn't have to rely on the government to take care of their children. And if you're not taking care of your children, doing all measures that you can, you're a bad parent. You shouldn't rely on the government to safeguard your child from the internet. You, as the parent, should be doing all that you can to safeguard your child as the parent when it comes to the internet. If you're going to teach your child, don't throw a tablet at them. If you want to rear your kids, and when I say rear, I mean, take care of your kids, and they're toddlers or babies, don't just throw on Cocomelon. Be more interactive with your child. Don't just throw them something so that they'll please themselves with whatever they're watching on a screen. Play with them, educate them, be more involved. That's kind of like what we have as a problem right now, is that parents don't know how to be parents. Like, you don't rely on the government to safeguard your child from the internet. What you do as a parent is to not give them access to the internet whatsoever. That, or heavily restrict it. Heavily restrict it. It's like parents don't know how to actually be parents. You know, government think we're too stupid to raise our children. At this point, it is somewhat true. Because there are people who have no idea how to raise their kids. They let TV raise their kids. They let social media raise their kids. They let TikTok raise their kids. It's so worrying for the next generation. Like, I think they're already cooked, to be honest. Now, if a parent wanted to be retarded, then if their kids fucked up, more of the parents' fault for not keeping an eye on them. I think we've already cooked a lot of the next generation. Like, I'm gonna be honest, millennials are also they were like half cooked, because a good half is the reason why, you know, we're the ones who are now. Millennials are having children now, right? Well, they have children. They have had children now. And the way that millennials are raising them, a good half of them is just not raising them well. And that's probably because of Generation X. Generation X, just they cook their children. Let's just be honest here. Generation X kind of cooked their children. Crossed that line long ago.
Yes, this
did.
Technology that's newish in the terms of hundreds of years, but still the same as it's always been. More government regulation is rarely the answer. Informing and education, supplying us with information. Regulate the industries that peddle the very things you're trying to protect our children from, but you don't do that because lobby groups with huge endless pools of wealth lobby you not to. Meanwhile, you regulate, enforce, and enslave the people and allow the corporate sector to exploit us, unhindered by regulation. It's time government got back to protecting the people from being exploited and started regulating the corporate world. But then again, who would regulate a group of people who constantly stuff fat wads of cash into pockets and whisper in your ears what should be done? Like I said in my coverage yesterday, it's tragic what's happening to the internet, and all of these similar measures being implemented around the globe around the same time frame, it's highly suspicious. It's almost like the people pulling the strings are not even trying to hide their nefarious agenda. It's like they're indirectly bragging about it even. But let me know what you think about all this stuff in the comments. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed my coverage, please consider liking and subscribing. Appreciate you. I'll see you in the comments and in the next one.
Okay, we're probably going to have to go into 14 because we kind of spent a lot of time reacting to videos here and just talking and hanging out.
Worst people in this godforsaken...
That's weird. I don't know why that video came back up. But, I just see Hulk Hogan for a second. Yeah, I did. Joey Swoles is getting canceled? For what?
If you're going to attack me, you better go after the colored athletes and the people that are...
Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, chat. I agree. That does need context. We'll never get that context. No, we'll get it someday. Omni videos usually take about like 20 minutes to go through. Let me check. I'll double check and see if it really does take like 20 minutes to go through. 17 minutes? He's sitting there like colored. This face, bro. But apparently Joey Swole is getting canceled. The thing is that I like Joey Swole because he always advocates for proper etiquette in gyms. My God. My God. Of course. Of course. I wonder if it's because the Phillips. What if I took this out? Yeah, give me a second. I'm trying to see if I could, because my OBS doesn't want to work with the direct sources of the game. It's only working with the display mode. I'm trying to figure out why that is. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I can fix that. That's probably going to be something I'm going to have to work on later. Anyway. Now, how many of y'all have already like gotten your relics? I know I'm late. I know I'm really late, but how many of you already got your relics? Like, I don't want to skip the relic. That's the thing. And once it's done and out the way, we're done and it's out the way. So I got 3. I just need. I guess I need the rest. Got 2, 1, 1, 2. That's going off right now. I was given a specific thing by Argus. And that is this. Let me see what I'm missing here. I need... That's cyan, right? So I need the blues, so that's at the bottom there. So I do need that. I do need the blues. Oh! I need the blues down there. I also need one more orange and one more green. Orange is at the top there, and the green's in the cave. Because I have... Okay. Well... Anyway. I ain't going to attack. I don't have a party, so I am not attacking. Oh god, he's doing something crazy. He's doing something crazy. Okay, you actually start out with this. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, she's dead. Okay, yeah, she went down like a freaking sack of bricks. I'm gonna focus on the places where I do need, my, my Atma, which apparently looks like this. I can't pull the map out any further than I can. I guess I've just enlarged this a little bit or something. I don't know. Map's a little weird, because, like... Alright, so it looks like this. It looks like a freaking L. Because if I look at... I need... Purple and yellow are done, so I don't need the middle. I don't need to go over here, except I'll go over here to get the Oracle, which is right here, if that ever pops up. Oh my god, there's another one happening. Yeah, I'll focus on those areas, and only those areas. And see if I can... Oh, Jeezers. Oh my goodness. Did I just get petrified? Oh no, I did not. Oh Lord have mercy. Oh Lord have mercy. Corrosive eyes. Well, that doesn't do much damage now, does it? Oh wait, never stand in front of this guy. Be doing some beam bullshit. Okay. Okay. They're looking for a gold farm. I am not part of the gold farm crew here. So, yeah. So I'm actually gonna save that image. Oh, I can't. Well, screw you, computer. So this is what we're working with here. This is the order of things. So focusing on these three areas. Focusing on those three areas rather than the middle and the the amphitheater. Let's see if I can... Looking for group... Bates and C. Let's see if I can get picked up here. Really don't feel like making my own party here, but you know, some will eventually see, hopefully. And be like, hey! We could use a red mage! Okay, that's good. Oh, I didn't even get a hit in. He got murdered. I wasn't even part of this. I could just walk over there. Alright, well... Seeing how... Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm a red mage, though. And red mage... Being that I'm a red mage, I can revive people, which is good. I should, honestly, I should go summoner. Because, like, Ow. Summoner, I do better as summoner anyway. So, I could probably do better as a summoner. And I can revive as a summoner, so... Yeah, see, we have 3... We got 4 red mages! We have 4 red mages! That's definitely a good sign. People want to stay the fuck alive, right? Like, we've got all these red mages. Well, since we have 3 healers... We have 3 healers. It can be a possibility that I can just go Dark Knight and just call it a day, right? I could just go Dark Knight, call it a day. How about if I just go frickin' Warrior, though? If I go Warrior, would that... I can go Warrior and, like, self-sustain myself to high heaven. That's probably the better way to go. Self-sustain myself. Yui, do you remember which Phantom job? Because it can't be the Cannoneer at this point, but do you know which Phantom job, or do you remember which Phantom job bequeaths more gold coins? And yes, I know what bequeaths mean. Or we get some grammar Nazi to pop in. It's like, hey! Using those big words. I think Luna is also, like, probably done. Nope, she's still going. You're gonna guess Thief? I didn't even know we had Thief. Vertical? Quickly, get out of the way! I have no time to explain! Quickly! I have no time to explain! Somebody is really fighting to keep that provoke on, bro. Somebody's really fighting for that. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's okay. That's okay, though. Vertical. It's okay. I'm still at full health. I'm still at full health. Yeah, that's a good amount of damage. Not too much damage, though. Oh, this is gonna suck. Giant hammer! Oh, I love that. I love that thing. It's not a giant hammer, it's a giant axe. But listen, let me have this. Let me have this. So far, this has been so good. This has been pretty good. This has been pretty good. Somebody's being a Dark Knight. I love you. Horizontal. Giant hammer. Giant hammer. Okay. Anything? There is actually. There is that. I can go after that. I'm going to try and go after that. That's in the blue zone. I think I need one blue. One blue? I need both blue. I need both blues. Sink mad to the sink mad side. Just being my hulkish self, I guess. I do love the Wars animation for their moveset. Yeah, I know, it's amazing, right? Yes! Killed it before that thing went and exploded. Nice, nice. Shock cannon. I didn't even do the thing. Alright, so we got 2 more levels. I'm gonna go Bard next. And we have so many red mages. Yeah, we got so many red mages. I think being a tank would be a good idea, actually. Being a self-sustaining tank is a good idea. Ah, shoot me in the foot! I just did not pay attention to that. I just did not pay attention to that. I did not pay attention. I am not gonna make it. They're gonna burn this guy down to the ground. Oh, jeez. I think I know which one this is, too. This is the eye, right? This is the eye. I'm not gonna make it. They're gonna burn him to the ground. Get hidden. I gotta hit it. I wish that plunge is, you know, I'm starting to miss that plunge, dude. That plunge for Dark Knight is gone. By the way, because that plunge is gone, Palace of the Dead for Dark Knight has become extra hard again. Especially if you're trying to beat it with a Dark Knight. There hasn't been a completion video for Palace of the Dead, at the very least, for Deep Dungeons for Dark Knight, because of their loss of plunge. Where is it? It's down there. Okay, let's defeat this thing and then we can get ourselves back down there. They're probably thinking about it. Gale Cannon. Okay. Alright, nothing. Nothing still. Fate complete, and we are going down here. Let's go. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is oh, I forgot the boss. How did I forget the boss? I've done this boss maybe like a cajillion times. Oh, anybody wanna help this guy? Thank you. There we go. Try to help the guy. Guy was dead. I was just like, oh, anybody want to help him? Oh yeah. Okay. This is the Berserker. So it's Berserker versus Berserker. Let's go. It's Berserker versus Berserker, guys. Let's go. Let's get him. You know what? I really like this. I really like this. This is... I'll put this in stream favorites. Just to keep me awake, I put on some Dissidia music. Which means I forfeit all copyright on YouTube at this point. Failures keep seeming to leave dungeons after a second boss, it feels like. Really? What kind of experience are you going through? What the heck is happening? I was far away for a minute? Okay, we're fighting this guy. Let's go. Why is Warrior so easy to use, man? Don't know, but he was end up with a group that they had. Oh, these are after the second boss, and while tanking, the healer left. Really? What is going on? No damage. Ew, that was nasty. I made that. That was nasty. That was nasty. Which way is he looking? He's looking that way? Okay. Some jumps are just easy and have a mastery to get to. You know what? You're right, but like, Warrior just feels brain dead. Like, I ain't saying that because like they are. I'm just saying it just feels that way, man. I gained a volume for that. That's my bad. I wasn't running. He's boiling over. Hey, we're doing a berserker face off. It's like, which one's the actual real berserker? It looks like a lot of damage, but it really isn't. Like, DPS be doing well over 100k, right? So it's like... Sometimes I really do want the warrior to just be doing, like, over 100k damage, really. Gotta skip that one. Yeah, can't play One Wing Angel anymore. Okay. %, dead. Nice. Nice. Ranger dash into danger wall. That's funny. Were you saying Cherry? You're saying... I think Cherry's been having bad luck with players. A lot of weird shit's been going on. And Cherry, if you either DPS or shoot. Okay, they're gone. Low damage healers leaving after second boss or tanks. I don't know. Wasn't there like a time where there was like a time where I'm trying to think. There was a time in World of Warcraft where people would just go in and leave after like a certain boss or something like that. I might be misremembering that. Hey! That's a feather rain? They think I'm intimidated. They think I'm intimidated? Hey! Oh, I didn't get to drop the hammer. I didn't get to drop the hammer. Okay. Now, if it turned... The only reason I would go in here is for the Oracle one. Now, unless that pops up, I'm going to be paying attention to this L right here. It still happens, at least in Raid Finder, but maybe you're talking about people leaving after just one wipe. No! Is that part of it? That's part of red or orange? Okay. I'll go after that. I'm talking about people going in, and yeah, the white thing is also silly. Okay, I don't need to worry about that one. I'll stay out of that one, and I'll just take a rest or go after the fates that pop up beyond this. Because I don't need that one. I have all purples, right? Yeah, I have 3 purples. Zombie Scales. Is he an undead dragon? Did I get hit? No, I didn't. That's because I'm better than the rest. There we go. In a proper world, that would have been a gem. Or an Atma. So I don't need this. So I'm just going to stay out of that one. Doesn't Cannoneer have something to check that? What do you mean? Undead for Cannoneer? Paralyzed, blind... Holy. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Use against undead enemies potency scales with... Well, maybe it's something else. I don't know. Actually, I don't need that one neither. So they're about to go in and doing the lion thing. I can chill out, right? Critical engagement will begin shortly. And it's begun. This is where I sit this one out. I could, I guess there is, I can keep an eye out on this. I don't really need to go after Fatal Allure. I'd still get the CEs for the Phantom experience, for sure. But sometimes I just want to chill for a second. I'll try to get them all. It gets very tiring to do CE after CE after CE. Critical engagements does require focus from me. More people should use sleep. It can save a group on a poll. In fact, one dungeon more people didn't know you could stun on a monster with sleep till Cherry used sleep on the thing. They acted like it was the most amazing thing in the world. Okay. There's a lot of mobs that are affected by sleep, especially in early game dungeons. It was honestly, sleep was used a lot just to get past mobs when you didn't have to kill them. Like Cutter's Cry. You could just like sleep a whole entire mob and just move on. And the funny thing is they'll still try to target you. Now I've said groups keep AOing me. Yeah, that too. That could happen too. That's why you put it up. Like, hey guys, I'm gonna put them to sleep. I'm gonna say hi to Luna real quick while I'm waiting.
Yeah, Moonlight. Careful, careful, careful.
There are so many people here. How y'all doing?
Careful, don't get hammered, don't get hammered.
Here she
We
comes.
exist them.
It's alright, she's stupid, she's gonna die in there.
And just keep her from her healers and wail on her.
Fuck!
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Think of the children? What the fuck? Okay, one person did that. That's crazy. No, it must have been a couple people that did that. They were very intense in Marvel Rivals, which I still need to figure out how I'm gonna stream that. I don't have a separate laptop to do streams on though, so that's the thing. Okay. I miss Dissidia. I really do. I miss Dissidia so much. Like, I could still play Dissidia like Dual Decim on some sort of PSP emulator, but I miss Dissidia, like it being a thing. Honestly, Cherry's been more amazed at the odd shit that's been happening in Cherry and Dungeons, just has Cherry questioning what happened, that things went so downhill. People, I guess? I don't know. Oh! Fellow warrior waiting. Fellow warrior in waiting. You're not gonna actually start hitting it, are you? You fool. You fool. You fool. I'll help out. You're a fool, by the way. That's okay. It's not like I can't just heal myself. You fool! Why would you tempt the dragon? Oh. Bro, look at the amazing dodge skills I just put out there. Nice. Nice! Yes! Is that the last one? Yes! That is the last one of the blues. Dipping for now, later. Ciao. Okay, they just got done now. Oh! The actual theme I use for 09. And I think it's a remix from Final Fantasy 1, I think. Was Chaos, right? Yeah, it is. I think... I don't remember. I think it is Chaos. I don't remember. You can't trust me on that one. Hey, come back here. What? Oh, I was about to frickin' say. I was like, what the hell? Still angry. It's the Chaos Shrine, yeah, not the battle theme though. Yeah, it's it is the Chaos Shrine. Yeah, you're right about that. Ooh, I'll help. You know what? Nah. That's only 80 points. Yeah, I'll help out. Yeah, why not? Get out the way! It's like, whoops! Alright, now we gotta go back in there. The Cydia soundtrack has always been good, though. They remixed a lot of the classics, and it all turned out real great, you know? Well, by the way, in our world, there's been like 20 mansions that have been demolished, showing how bad the player count really is. 20 mansions have been demolished? Shit. What settings do you use for movement, by the way? The default or legacy? I think it's legacy, because I could do this. I could go up and down, and I could just turn straight around. But when I do like diagonals, it'll have me walk backwards. So I forgot what setting that is. I'm forgetting what setting that is. because I could just turn around. I think Legacy is just a better way to go, honestly. There is always a situation where you have to turn straight around, and obviously that the thing that's looking at you, it just showed the I was doing the Fate. The guy who was doing like, look at me, don't look at me, and I was just like, well, I'm just gonna turn around, look back, turn around, look back. It's a matter of preference. It helps a lot when it comes to doing Savage as well. Whatever sync is using, I'm not using it. The backwards walk fucks with me more than anything. The backwards walk, like this kind of backwards walk, or just turning around. I turn straight around. Because for me, Legacy makes me worse. Legacy makes you worse? No. Cherry feels more comfortable with default. Never had an issue with it. That's perfectly fine. It is a matter of preference, I guess, at this point then. The diagonal one, yeah. It messes with me too, because when you're doing a very slow walk backwards, it can mess with me hard. Okay, so he's deciding to do a thing. Giant hammer. See, like, I just walk backwards, and the walk backwards really does help. Definitely gonna have to try the Savage now at this point. Giant hammer. Crystal calls. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I should have went in. I realized too late. That earned me a volume. That earned me a volume. Oh, I didn't even turn this on. I was not competing at all for anybody's, So, out here, then in the middle, and then out. And then out. middle, out, then in. Middle, out, then in. Line doesn't work. I'm guessing. And then middle. Nice. Damn. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try and get whatever that is over there. Whatever that is over there. You guys had a whole conversation without me. Someone can tell Cherry Legacy makes Savage easy, but it feels weird and throws Cherry off. Yeah, it works for me though. That I can say for sure. It works for me. If it works, it doesn't probably work for everybody. Jesus! Oh, I'm main tanking, huh? Oh. Da, 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 da. All right. Far, far to the west. Far, far to the southwest. Far, far to the southwest. How much southwest do you want me to go? South. There's no way it's here. Northwest, northeast. Immediately so. Oh God! To the east? Oh, it's up the frickin' building. Oh my goodness. What a reward. They gotta stop giving these prisms out. Like, these prisms are a waste of space. Are you one of those players who moves right back into AoE areas as soon as the marker goes away? Or do you wait till the effect goes off? I try to compensate whether or not I know the mechanics. I usually go back into the circle or go back out of the circle. Like, if it was an outer circle first, I'll go in and then out, because there could be like an inner circle thing. But if I don't know the mechanics. I usually start moving as soon as the cast goes off, because how the game works. Yeah, it's usually a pattern. Same cherry doesn't wait for the effect. Yeah. Damn, Grandmaster 3 in Mecha Break. Damn, Grandmaster 3? You've been hard at work at that game, brother. You've been hard at work. The game snapshot immediately as soon as the cast is done, and since I've been playing since Heaven's Word, I got used to the timing. What the hell was that? Whew! Yeah, congrats, man. Grandmaster 3. I'd like to also report that my banjo in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is basically high tier. I think he's like top maybe, I want to say top 5,000. Not 5,000. That's probably wrong. Probably like top 1,000. Three games a night. Oh, right. Now, I don't think I need this one anymore. Not really too sure. Somebody left. Blast! And here comes the stupid... Oh, wait, no, this is fine. Like, right here? Maybe? I'll say like right here, yeah. So... This... Yep. There it is. was wondering when it was gonna happen. Maybe right around here? Ooh, people are just getting hit everywhere. Woo! Red. Say yay! No! No! Oh, thank goodness. I was like, no, I don't want aggro. Let me just throw axe in peace. Around here, I'm thinking. Yep. Let me throw axe in peace. Turn my stance off? No, I got something. I'm giving them a message. I'm sending them a message. No! I was sending them a message. I was saying, you better do better or I'm going to take aggro. It's like, you better do well. You better be a good tank or I'm going to take it from you. It was for their own benefit. How much you going to bet they're going to be job adjustments? Of course there's going to be job adjustments. Of course there will be. Isn't there a plugin or tool that's supposed to help with latency? Is there? That would be a very miraculous tool, honestly. No, I don't want it. This is really good music, though. Might be, but if you can't adjust it, it's showing lack of skill in my eyes. Showing lack of skill. Terry knows there's a plugin to help prevent skill clipping because of latency. I mean, if there is one, that would be a great quality of life thing that they could just implement into the freaking game, you know? You did? Alright. Now, I don't think I really needed that. Yeah, now I got 4 of them. That's what I was worried about. Oh, shoot. This is the shark one, right? Yeah. Now, I could totally be a not tank here and just go DPS, but I don't think I want that. I think I want to support my squad just a bit. Ooh, the Brachio? Look at that. That's pretty cool. As long as it doesn't fly. As long as it doesn't fly. Remember, no fun allowed, says every game company. I think it's they really don't have time to either fix it because there's a lot of other things they need to worry about. There's that too, like... There's a meteor shower tonight? So meteor hey look, we actually have a very balanced full party. Especially Nintendo. Nintendo has a lot of things with property franchises and series, but in terms of the games themselves, their games are fine. It's how they, you know, protect their IPs. Game run right rather than new content. I think there are a lot of other people who would think otherwise. They'll just want more content and really not care about the game itself and what if it's functional or not. You know how many people sit there and will sit through lag just to get through the story or something? They'll just, you know, by the end of the story, if it's very emotional, they'll be like, that was such a good story, I'm glad I played it, and they won't pick it up until the next patch. In case of Power World, that's a negative. Yeah, well, that whole thing with Power World is stupid. Sure, can't handle lag. I can't either. I can't either. Shark! Alright, so shark. It is shark. I knew it was shark. Not dealing with that shit. Yeah, I'm the same way. Come here. Come to the window. Yeah, there's a lag right there. And he's off. Oh. Well, he's gonna get up. I wonder, okay, is that following anybody? We just need to know who's the first. He's gonna die very soon. Or he's gonna cleave. Gonna cleave again. It's gonna cleave again. It's been doing a lot of that. Giant hammer, 70k is not really a lot. I wish it was over 100k, man. That would be great. Oh, I was wondering where that was. I was like, where's that second one? Here they come. Do 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 do. I got a note at the very least. I got a note at the very least. I'm seriously hoping. Really? So I really don't need this, but I guess I'll go after it anyway. Yeah, I don't need any more yellows. I think this is the yellow one. Oh, is he dead? Oh, I was about to say. I was like, no, he's dead. Okay, we got wind spears coming up. He's about to hit a whole bunch of people. There it is. Alright. He's about to hit a whole bunch of people. What's that guy doing over there? Is there... Okay, I do need to go after this one. Hopefully I can start getting the Atmas that I need in where I need to be. Guys, you let me know on how to get like Atmas faster other than probably doing Fates, right? What I mean by that, I mean Fates outside of outside of Occult Crescent, right? Because like within Occult Crescent, it's supposed to be a higher percentage to get it. The problem is that zombie scales. Didn't mean to do that. Oh crap! I think I took over for a second there. No, I'm still taking over. Yeah, see? There we go. No Atma. Still no Atma. How dare I take over? Yeah, good. I am to blame if people can't tank the boss. I am to blame. Cause I took over. Darn. Maybe, just maybe, that warrior is just way too brain dead. I shouldn't say brain dead. There are people who are like, oh yeah, it's way brain dead. I've done that like a cajillion times. I already got it. I'll skip this one. I don't really want that. Let's assess what I got here. This is that. So I have 4 of them now. I need basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. I need 5 more. So I need orange, green, and what is that? Cyan, or just because this is blue, right? No, this is cyan. This is azurite. This is blue. This is blue. This is green. This is orange. I need 1 orange. But this green is blue. Got blue and green. 1 second. I'm gonna check something here. I'm gonna check my friends and see if they're. No, my friends are not. That's me. What am I doing here? Okay, my friends are just playing Marvel Rivals on their own. Almost missed that. I'm gonna have to turn off that, let's see if I can do it real quick. Let's hit this thing. Why did I activate my burst? I am not going to do it all. Ooh, what is this? Persistent pots. Yeah. Do I want to do persistent pots? Not really, right? Like, I don't really need to go after pots. Pots are pretty much a scam. What a scam? Wait, where'd that come from? Pots are a scam. Hey man, do you want a pot? I was like, what? Do you want pot? I'm like, no. I don't want pot. Yeah, you do. You want pot. The living pot just comes up and like, where's my elixir? You want pot? They don't give you any good stuff. Yeah, as many times as I've done pots, yeah, it has never been like really good. It has not been really good every time I go after pots. Now, bursting with edge. Bursting in air. Ooh, that might be a little too much. That might be a little too much. Aha! Look at me knowing where to stand. Ah, shoot me in the foot. Somewhere around here, I think. And then full swing. I took it in the chest. I took it in the chest. I took it in the chest. He's dead. He's dead. No! Where's my Atma? Where's my Atma? This is one of the few places I need. I need all of this right here. Just all of this. Everything on this side right here, like the coast here, like turtle, pop up. I would be glad to fight the turtle. Everything here is what I need. So demon, pop up, I don't know. Freaking serpent, pop up, please, I don't know. That is not Oracle. If it was Oracle, I'd jump at the chance here, but I don't need that. I don't need purple. I'll wait that out. I don't really need that. Like, it potentially give you all right stuff, but basically never see those decent items. Like, it's a real hat trick for those good stuff, right? Pretty much better off just going for coffer that spawns the map over pots if you really want to go for chests. I mean, eventually I'm gonna do a gold farm so I can get a lot of the gold stuff. I don't need to do that, but I'll do it. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna need to go after the gold stuff. Time to level monk? Are you talking to me about that, or do I need to level monk? I'm leveling cannoneer right now, and then I'm gonna. Oh no, I'll level bard. Although even if you are a bard, if you are a bard, I don't think the bard. Well, maybe it can. I'm not sure. Fate's Allure. We could do Fate's Allure, but I'm not gonna do that. Well, actually, no, it's better to just do this than Fate's Allure. You? You haven't... I should get my hands on Monk and see how good or bad it is right now. I think they will give us a new healer and new ranger next expansion since we got DPS and a mage. You never know. You never know. Nonsensical Yoshi P. You never know. Nonsensical Yoshi P. He might just do that. He might give us another healer. I think the plan should be to get another range physical range DPS. What the hell was that? Don't get my hopes up too high since they said they are currently fine with the amount of tank and healers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're fine with the tank and healers. They're gonna focus on DPS probably. So no doubt they're probably gonna have like a physical... I think it's more likely they're gonna have another physical range DPS. I think. But it's gonna be 2 DPS, I'm sure. Make Archer a split class so Cherry not forced to play Bard. Maybe. I don't understand why Bards are the archers on Bard. It's a little nonsensical to me. I don't know. It's a little nonsensical to me. What doesn't make sense is how they've been treating machinists. Machinists need an overhaul post-haste. They changed the numbers, okay, but they really need a remake. I want them to go back to being support. Have them do turrets again. Let them place it all out. I don't know why they took that away in the first place. You only have 2 jobs per set. It's not me you want! Watch. I might actually steal him away. I don't want to steal him away, by the way. I did for a second. I did for a second. Jesus, look at the Scholar with how many cheesers, man. You see the Scholar on my list here? I'll take it. It's whatever. Okay, so he's gonna go over there. No! No! Fuck you! I hate that. That's too fast. I know I have to position myself, but that, like, screw that noise, man. Screw that noise. I know I have to position myself on that one, but that's so sucky. Oh, am I out of my buff already? Not really caring. He does not like those birds. I see him. Okay. Does he... Squash? Lightning charge? Oof. Somebody died. It's one of our peoples. And he's aggravated again. There we go. Womp, 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 womp. Womp, womp. Womp, 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 womp. This is the Dissidia. This is from this is the Dissidia, by the way. Bump, 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 bump. Like this version is in Dissidia. It's kind of funny. Thank you for the party. Doing one more scene, then I'll be out as well. You know what? I'll just leave. Let's figure out. It's been 3 hours, right? So I've basically spent so much time here. Oh! I wonder if it's the silver pieces. Right. There's the writing map. There's that. I already have the mount. Oh, look, it's playing. Oh, fancy. That's crazy. Why is this even here? I swear. I have that. Frame and the map. I got the map. And this is all aesthetics? Yes. So I'm guessing what I want is probably this. And seeing how it's 7:45, I think it being 7:45 would help a lot for me. But since I'm going to be focusing on my tomes for the... Yeah. What else do you offer? What's the Battlecraft items? I got all that. You can sell it for 10k. A coinage filled with antique coins consumed upon use is... What does that mean? Guys, what is this all about? I'll buy one to see what it's all about. Oh! This, I think... Can you sell this on the market board? I don't know. I don't know if that's even being used. So what does it do? It says offer consume upon use in of Zenage. Oh, wait, is that an ability? I don't know. It's a Sam ability? Oh, it's Gill Toss, basically. Oh, okay. I'm guessing that's for the Phantom Job Samurai, right? I get it. But you could sell it for 10K? Is that what it said? I didn't read your ideas. What did you say? Cherry just won the physical range. There's so many ranges melee right now, and honestly don't think 4 healers, 4 tanks are enough. I think they should have at least 1 more for each. Maybe 5th tank, I could switch between 2 stances like how tank used to work. Maybe they can do something different, like making 5th healer a geomancer or something weird. Or maybe make the 5th healer a chemist. Everybody's been banking on the healer, like, geomancer to be a healer in the first place, and it just never came to being. I kind of fear what they're going to do if they come out with a geomancer. Because geomancer wasn't really too much of a healer at all. It was more or less a DPS. So, and it revolved around the terrain. Like, if you were in a desert, they had desert-based magic. If you were in the ocean, they had ocean-based magic. And a 5th tank? I can see that. Woo! Didn't know that. Jesus. I wish you could do mass, like, select multiples of items to put into your... That's one quality of life I think they should do. Instead of doing, like, one of these. That's the quality of life I want. Inventory management. If they make Geomancer a limited job, Cherry's gonna throw punches to somebody. I mean, I hope not. I hope that it doesn't become a limited job. That would be a waste. Already mad that Beastmaster and Blue Mage are limited? They shouldn't have been. Honestly, they shouldn't have been. I think it's that they didn't have a good idea on how they were going to do it. They looked at Blue Mage and said, no, we can't make this a regular job. And it's like, why? Why not? Like, if 11 really showed something, it's that you can have a balanced job while also doing something on the side. They didn't do that. Odds are, if Geo gets added, it will be Beastmaster and Blue Mage, or two of Cherry's favorite jobs. Like, Beastmaster doesn't make sense neither. Like, what you could do with either of those, you know? Hunt down the abilities of the beast, hunt down the beast themselves, put them into your collection, or choose one, right? The higher level you go, the more summoning... Like, they don't want pet classes, one thing, I'm pretty sure. That's all what Beastmaster is, the pet class, but I'm sure they'll do something like give them twin axes or some sort of club, and the pet would just be this side attraction to their abilities, kind of like what they're doing with the summoner. Like, I have big complaints about the summoner. I really do. Due to their stubbornness of not wanting to make pet classes. Yeah, they are incredibly stubborn. They're just trash at making jobs. I think a lot of what they think is a good job and a good way to make a job comes from World of Warcraft. Which sucks. That sucks. Which, it absolutely sucks that they have that thought process. Let me see. I'll do Black Mage. I'll do Black Mage again just to keep up my Black Mage abilities. Like, Black Mage is hard to use. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I need to keep up with my Black Mage abilities, and I'm like, yeah, right, that's real hard to do, that's real hard to use, that's a really hard job to use, guys. But I'm gonna do Expert real quick, and then probably sign out. They're lazy, they don't want extra work, they're worthless. I don't want to call them all that. I think these are people that probably are handling an MMO one step at a time. They've copied a lot from the trending big games like World of Warcraft, right? But when it comes down to finding their own identity, they simplified it. Something that I'm not too fond of, you know, simplification of something. It's kind of dumb. I need everything except for... No, I need the ring too. I have that. Oh, wait, did I... Where's the thing? Here it is. Oh, I already have that? Oh, I gotta be an adult. I need to be in a Occult Crescent, right? No, I already have it. That's why. Damn, only being tank and frontline sucked. Hate simplification, hate it when they started making all jobs feel the same. Yeah, I mean, I feel you on that one. They literally ruined the class system by making them play similar to each other. You gotta think about what they were doing, and as much as I agree. By the way, what do mages want? Because I have no materia on them. What do mages want? Do they want crit? I don't know. If you think about what their plan and what they were trying to do, what they were planning and trying to do was make a simplified MMO for everybody to get into. But that's when things starts getting crazy. Philanthropists, they're rich as fuck. I hate them. I hate you. I hate you, philanthropy. I don't think I even have any more titles. I don't have any new titles. I don't think I do. Of Unyielding Principle. I think that's probably going to be the best thing for me, of Unyielding Principle. I have Unyielding Principles. Syncweaver of Unyielding Principles. Sure, you use the speed for Black Mage, but if you're worried about other mages, uses crit. Crit, okay. It's crit. Same as any other DPS, is crit. Okay. Typical. I'm also very disappointed in the materia system. I don't really like the materia system after so long. I never really liked it. I only used it for the damage stats and stuff like that. But because of how the materia is right now, I think they missed out on something that could have been so much better for materia. Which, if you think about it, materia is only from Final Fantasy VII, right? And if it's been implemented in any other game, it's because it was afterwards. But Final Fantasy VII, when it came to materia, it was so much different. Is that veiled in black? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by it. Is it? You mean my unyielding principle? Side Black Mage going full spell speed if you are only planning on playing it. I mean, I'm not really planning on playing it, really. Playing that, really. I'll go crit. It doesn't matter. Veil in Black? Is that what it's called? I don't know. It might be. It might have been. I can check. Oh, it is. It is Veiled in Black. It is. He's the vendor. How many do I have? I have 11. How many slots do I have? More than 11. This is 10 right here. And then this is another 9. And this is 2 more, so 12, 9. So I need 21. And I don't have 21, do I? I don't have 21 crits. And it's probably not just crits, because some of them probably don't take crits. Yeah, like this one. This one doesn't even take crits. I'll look for the ones that do take crits. So 2. We'll see, because that's low for crit. You prefer its original? Yeah, the original is better. So not all Dissidia music slaps. A lot of the Dissidia music from NT was pretty awful. And that's just NT. Dual Decim and the original Dissidia was so much better. Like this one. This one is from the original, and it's much better. It's like an enhancement of the original sound or the original music. Guys, I want you to look at this right here and understand there is no one in the game. There is no one in the game. I want you to understand that. No one in the game. Jesus, how much do I have? That's 9? Jesus. Why do I have 100 of them? That's 11. That's 12. 12 crits. And I guess direct hits? Do I want direct hits? So it's the same. You guys are telling me it's the same, so I only have 1 direct hit. Okay. And I want to sell something in my inventory. So I can sell this for 10k, right? No, not that. No. Wait. Okay. All right. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. So, how much is it when you sell it? Let me see something here. Let me see something here. How much do you get when you sell it? Unable to complete transaction. I can't sell it. Available for use on Occult Crescent. Okay. Let me go back to Occult Crescent real quick. Sure, you're just so disappointed that Blue was limited, though almost quit the game over it. Blue? Oh my gosh. You almost quit the game because of Blue Mage? I find it disappointing that they make something called limited jobs and try to pass that off as something that people were going to want to use when no one's actually doing it except for maybe side content. And even still, like, people would love to have a main job of Blue Mage. The fact that they can't figure out how to use Blue Mage as a main job is what I think it's as at fault of the battle system themselves. Limited jobs were a mistake. That's all I'll say. Limited jobs was a mistake. That's not even a mistake. Listen, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Blue like having no Mal. Fuck. Having the fact that I want to say that I might turn that into a video. Limited jobs were a mistake. I want to get footage of Final Fantasy. I think I might need to re-download Final Fantasy 11, by the way. I want to get footage of Blue Mage in Final Fantasy 11. I'm probably gonna have to try and get Blue Mage again. I didn't unlock it yet. There's probably footage all over the internet of it, but I would love to talk about how limited jobs kind of suck. Can I sell it to you, or do I need to sell it to that guy? Probably to that guy. He's the trader. Nope, not him. Probably nobody? Let me check. Who be you? Your armor. I can augment the gear. So 45. What's the oh I'm like, what's the point? I see. Wars are immune to pretty much all kinds of instant kills except for a few specific ones. Only one that comes to mind are a few mid bosses and coils. Aren't most bosses immune to one-hit moves? Well, yeah. Most, yeah. I gotta look up what the is, like, what the heck do you do with it? Sanguine Cipher? Uh-oh. I don't want a cipher. Sanguine Ciphers. I need to look that up, see what to do with the ciphers. So, coffers filled with antique coins consumed upon Zenage, only available in Cult Crescent. So, Zenage is the consumed deliver dragon. 1500. Phantom Samurai. How do you get Phantom Samurai? It's a Phantom job. Purchase at the Expedition Antiquity. What? What? Hold on. Is it a gold one? Mofo Jojo. It is. Ah, crappers. Okay. And I need to get gold. Alright. Chat, how would one accumulate gold? How would one accumulate gold? Do I just go after random mobs out there or something? Oh, wow, it's turning red. You get it by killing mobs. Okay. Alright. And I'm guessing anybody who's doing mobs, I'm guessing they're going after high-level mobs at like level 26, something like that. The high-level ones which drop the most gold. 1600 will take a while by yourself, though. It will. That's why there's always, like... There usually is a party trying to get gold. Obviously, I have 1600, and I'm only at level... You're only at knowledge level 20. You need a tank for the high-level mobs. Well, I would suspect, obviously. You probably need a whole team. Okay, I see. Alright, makes sense. We'll three-shot you? I'm sure. We'll unblock Beastmaster even if it comes out? It is what it is, I guess. DPS all having Cannoneer. Is that the case? I do want to try to get the rest of the Phantom jobs, but it does look like I need Oracle, I guess, and I need to collect gold. Cannoneer, is that broken? Okay. It's consistent damage. Makes sense. Shooting cannons and stuff. Okay, yeah, I was wondering why this song... I was wondering why it was sounding like... This is NT, by the way. And NT kind of... Their music kind of sucks. Not gonna lie. Their music kind of sucks. It's like the worst form. Wait. I distracted myself, didn't I? Why are you guys distracting me? Stop distracting me, guys. You guys are always distracted. Stop doing that. Guys are distracting me. I'm trying to concentrate. I'm trying to concentrate, guys. Weaken the mobs, you gotta... Oh, take a shot to weaken the mobs. That makes sense. Wouldn't be great they still continue limited jobs because it's one of the excuses for content. I really... All I can really say, out of all this, out of knowing how limited jobs work... Wait, no, I want to hear that. No, I don't. It's bad. And since I'm not in the middle of it, let me... Alright, we're down. We're unwinding now. We're unwinding right now. Maybe it would be a good idea for me to just talk about it in a fully edited video, but now that we are at this point with Beastmaster and Blue Mage, it is, without a doubt, one of the more, like, disappointing aspects of 14. As much as I would love to play Blue Mage as just a regular job, I can only think that the reason why they just won't do it is either they refuse to, or they can't. No unwinding? Cherry, how long have you known me? I'm a very relaxed individual. What did you think was gonna happen? You think we weren't gonna unwind? Hello? We're unwinding, and we're unwinding now, young lady. Oh, that's all I have. It's insulting that they don't even want to acknowledge it's a job, lol. It's insulting, yeah, in that one aspect, but it's also insulting to just the job itself. I really need to do those side quests. I really do. I need to get those side quests done. I just need to get the feel to want to do it. I just don't feel like it. Yeah, I just don't feel like it, bro. Like, I could find, like, a different way to just money myself up, too. I'm sure there's plenty of ways to get money. Ah. Man. But honestly... Why no materia? Why so broke? Because I'm a broke individual. Would you understand? I am also one of... I play broke fantasy, right? I play on hard mode. You guys over there in your easy mode, playing all this stuff. You're playing easy mode with all your millions, and I'm playing hard mode. I'm playing the true end game. Playing true end game over here. Lots of maps. You think we could just bring back maps on Sundays, I guess? Because the new maps are going to come out, and we're going to have to figure that out. Whoop! There we go. Camera stopped moving. Which is good. It should stop moving. Or, yeah. You're just mad that we know how to work the MBA or the market board? I know how to work the market board. I've made millions before. I'm just too lazy to do it. It's not like I don't know how to work the market board. It's just I don't feel like it. Like that's what it comes down to. It's just I don't feel like it. I don't feel like getting up every day, checking what's going on in the market board, and then just like, oh, okay, well, I need to adjust this, just that, just this, use my past background of accounting or something like that. I just do not feel like it. I just do not feel like it. I don't think it's worth really putting materia on them, really. I don't think it's really worth it. "11 minutes? I'm gonna ask if you were still planning to try to get a group going in 14 this weekend or not. Yeah. I mean, we can do, like, Sunday maps. Do Sunday maps. I'll invite Luna, see if she wants to do it just as well. If she feels like doing Sunday maps. She's probably more busy than I am, though. And then, you know, when it comes to August, a certain date's gonna pop up, and then I'm gonna be super busy. So I need to get the things that I want to do out the way. And then, like, honestly, I might just make that video. I might just make that video. It's probably worth it just to make that video. Naira, the heck? The true broke fantasy is 11. You can work the market board on there too. Honestly, you can, depending on whether or not you're willing to put in the work for it. What? Her hair is different. Hold on. You don't see a lot of fellas with that kind of hair, actually. Anyway, the other thing that I want to try and do, I've got to go see what it takes to be a mentor again. Even though it shouldn't really matter. I never really put in the effort to try to become a mentor, really. Like, I shouldn't care. Why am I here? Oh. Oh. What am I doing? What am I doing? Where is it? It's not the Morbay Dry Docks, and it's not Wineport. Is it Swift Perch? Somewhere around here. Final Fantasy XI servers are apparently on fire and burning to ash because there's more people trying to play Final Fantasy XI right now. Yeah, absolutely. There it is. I think. It's the other side. Whoa! You could fly! Yeah, it's over here. Yeah. What is over there? Even though Cherry believes you should have all the battle classes leveled, I don't think I do. Yeah. Complete any 100 tank role quest, healer quest. Yeah, I gotta do the role quests. So. Alright, I can get that done. I just need to, I just really need to bunker down and do it. You should have everything max level to be a mentor. That does make more sense, doesn't it? If you have everything max level, that does make more sense. I think, yeah, I still need to get the rest of those up too. But, yeah. I need more. I need more! When I go back to leveling jobs, I'll fix a lot of things. If I feel like it, really. I just want to get an expert out of the way. Want to just get that expert out of the way. Sent you a DM? Okay. Hey. Well, they're done. Seems like Luna is done. She is done playing games. Really?
And of course, mouthwashing got yoinked from itch search results. Not surprised, was kinda waiting for it to happen. To be clear, itch has been backed into a corner and had no other option. The issue lies with MasterCard, Visa, and it's affecting anime, it's affecting of last year, so definitely more than just a few months, but it still is relatively within a year time frame. Basically, this game, apparently, as you can see from the musician himself that made the music for mouthwashing, was very against content creators like Asmongold or anyone that had like certain takes. Now, one thing needs to be stated before I go any further. I heavily disagree with there's many people now within social media platforms that are finding out that they no longer can access the internet properly, even if they don't live in UK, they just live in Europe, and they need either age verification or other ways to get around it, maybe VPNs, which is the next topic to talk about, VPN crackdown. So a lot of people in Europe and even UK has been trying to circumvent the restricted internet with the Online Safety Act with VPNs, and anyone that has been on YouTube YouTube or online in general has probably heard of VPNs, like NordVPN and stuff. I'm not a sponsor, just saying. But
okay, so chaos in general is happening. This is absolutely crazy. Should have 25 commends, all classes maxed out, all classes quests finished. That's how Cherry feels. Class quests though, that's crazy. But yeah, I get it. In order to be a mentor, you need to do absolutely everything. It's crazy. Kicks himself. What the heck? Okay. So somebody left. A DPS left mid-party. I'm guessing this is a very... I hope this is not a bad party. Lucille, you want kick? What the heck happened? What is going on? What in the world is going on? I am confused. Let's see what happens. You always ask what's happening when you join a party. I trust that they are not doing anything stupid. But I'm just wondering what the heck happened. Why did the DPS leave? Oh, that's my bad.
Everkeep's construction was apparently a constant battle against the rising water level. Even during the war, the
Probably started hating. I don't know.
It meant a lot to them. It's upsetting to think that preservation's terminal is in this place.
I don't know. The DPS left, which only tells me that something must have happened. Terry does it in case a toxic group or something causes Cherry and won't deal with that. We'll literally tell them how it is. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I have no idea what's going on. Hater's gonna hate. Well, we can assume a lot of things. I just don't know. Like, I don't know what happened. So I'm not gonna guess. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do the dungeon and hope nothing happens. Like, I might just him coming up with like what exactly happened. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, nah. I'm not gonna try to figure out where. If by this boss, if they like fail at this boss fight, maybe that'll let me know what the fuck's going on. I don't know, man. Ugh. Perfect. I messed up. That's okay. I'll do it over again. Oh, I see. The healer's not doing so well. So the healer's having a hard time. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's probably, and yeah, I'm thinking it's the Astro. Astro's having a hard time.
I see. You will show me more. I bid you press on.
I mean, if the Astro's having a hard time, then it's like, I mean, it is what it is. Gotta juggle between buffs and healing. I understand that. Like, Astro used to be my main healer. No, not me! Oh. Eesh. Eesh. Train main Astro for Dawn Trail story because was so happy that characters weren't all the same thing anymore. They brought back Astro a little bit because of people complaining. So I can only imagine. I can only imagine. I can only imagine just like how things are, but I think Yoshi P and his team need to figure out how to make some sort of individuality. And everybody, the thing is that we're going to get a lot of pushback. We're going to get a lot of, well, I get a lot of pushback for the idea of just like making jobs have some sort of unique style to them, some individuality. But people say like if you do start doing that, then they'll start like taking, like they'll start taking over the meta and some shit. And I'm like, why would you care? Why would anyone care? Why would anyone care? Like they act like the meta, they act like they can't manipulate numbers. But like the main contentions, like the thing that I really want to see is like, I would like to see a battle system. Oh shit, me shoot. Okay, I didn't have any mana. I wasn't paying attention. But like the main consensus is like,
But I have something that won't test you yet.
for me, I would love to see uniqueness when it comes down to the battle system. I would like to see individual stuff, you know. Old Astro fell in love with it because of the game. I quit after the game was Shadowbringers changes. Yeah, because they said that people were complaining about how complicated Astro was. And the thing was that its complication is what made it so unique. They took it away because people couldn't understand how to... Oh, they're new. Okay. Okay. I'm guessing the reason why the DPS left is because he had no patience. But when you take away the unique style of a class or a job, it becomes absolutely boring. It becomes absolutely boring.
This machine has long guarded these crumbling halls. How will you handle this? Let us introduce more weaponry.
Okay. Ah. I messed
Let
up.
us see what this is.
Giving him some room to come in.
Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability. Still a alive. How unfortunate.
How unfortunate.
For you to die here, it would save me trouble later.
Grand. I messed up.
I'm beginning to understand how you were able to defeat Queen Eternal. There we go. Not only the cards itself, but also the uncertainty ring is brought with it. Improvisation of what you do with the cards was the fun of it. And new buffs, you already know what to expect. They didn't want... Agent, what you speak of is true. The problem is the player base and how loud the minority of that player base and how they felt. They have forums for a reason, they have Q&As for a reason, and what they found through their own data and investigation is that people thought that Astro was too hard to use because of just like how much you have to do and cycle through cards, choosing the right buffs and who to put it on. They didn't want to think about that. They just wanted the simplest job ever. And so they accommodated. They accommodated for that. Not all cards give damage anymore. Yeah, they don't. I mean, I like the variety. I liked how it was a variety and it wasn't all damage. It's like damage or defense, and then it was, I don't know. There's also no RNG anymore for you to be creative with it and make the most out of every situation. In a game where everything is a dance, bit of an unpredictability spices up things, which is also true. They didn't want that though. They didn't want unpredictability. They just didn't want that. They went to a certain direction, especially after Summoner, the old Summoner, which used so many dots and was like the best or the highest damage job in the game. What really ruined things was the emphasis on how the game was, which was pure damage. And because damage was the majority and the major thing of getting through content and harder content, it became the most important aspect of 14. So if you think about it, because damage is so important in this thing, in this game, people revolved around their thought process of damage. And what they did with Astro was, okay, well, we're going to simplify it and just make most buffs just damage. The one buff that you want is damage. So we're going to just make it so that it does just damage. Or buff damage, I should say. That change was kind of stupid, to be honest. Astro should be RNG through, though, because you're supposed to be like drawing a card from a deck. They didn't really care about the thematic theme of Astro anymore after that. They cared about the player base, and the player base, what they were asking for was simplification. I adored the natural progression of starting with a white mage, easy reactive healing, to scholar, mid-proactive shield and healing with pet management, and finally astrologian, both types of healing which you would be familiar with, plus knowledge on cards. Yeah, it had a unique feel because Astro was not the same as Scholar, who was not the same as White Mage. They did that for a reason. Now the most difference between, Astro feels like they're a bit different from the other healers now, but that's because they reverted some of that. They wanted to find some sort of medium between having some sort of variable or variety with the Astro and its cards comparable to the other healers. But the problem is that healing was so simplified over the years that that little difference is not really going to change much of anything. And now Astro is like the weakest healer in the game. And its buffs, I don't know if it really makes up for it. I don't know. Unlike the damage focus, Cherry hates it. Cherry wants variety in the classes. Not a lot of people want that. That's the thing. Not a lot of people want that. Not a lot of people want variety. People complain about unique individual characteristics and jobs. It's the dumbest thing, but it's the truth. It's fun. Every card had its useful effect, which it had. Yeah. You tell me about hating damage focus healers and suffering the most, because we barely have anything to do because of the damage focus. Well, when I said damage focus, I meant like its buffs were more damage focused, at least for the Astro. Because like 3 of the cards gave damage, and I think 3 other cards gave like defense or something. I don't know. Healers, Cherry would say, are the only ones that feel a bit different from each other. The same with RNG, range DPS. Well, yeah, like if you take a look at the classes right now, if you take a look at the classes right now, what would you say is the biggest difference between the tanks? Well, Paladin can hit from afar, Warrior is a self-sustain, Dark Knight has a lot of buttons, Gunbreaker has a lot more buttons to do more damage. I think in terms of like where the damage is, it's Gunbreaker and Dark Knight are the top 2, I believe, and then you got Warrior and Paladin. And when you take their damage between all 3 of them is just it's not important because they all do similar damage in the first place. So if you're like choosing like, oh, which one has the most, it doesn't matter. Just pick whichever one. But their utility is what really matters. Like Paladin is able to hit from afar, right? And it has some self-sustain. Plus they have the best defense. Warrior has just self-sustain, and its damage really did fall off, but it has self-sustain and it's real easy to use. Dark Knight, not very complicated. I think it's pretty straightforward, but it can be complicated for anybody who's starting out with any kind of tank job. Does not have self-sustain whatsoever, but it has a variable of defenses. It has a variety of defenses. It's more variable that way. Gunbreaker, pretty much all damage, right? It has the most amount of damage, and it has some self-sustain. Still not different enough? Cherry means more of the system itself, like Sage heals by doing damage, and has cards that buff. Scholar has a fairy and shield focus, and White Mage is just pure healing. Well, yeah, I'm getting to that, right?
all around tanks are kind of homogenized though, because they still have 1, 2, 3 2-minute bursts. Paladin and Gunbreaker just has more frequent, like 1-minute bursts. So they have more frequent tiny bursts compared to Warrior and Dark Knight. Then you have White Mage Scholar, Astro, and Sage. Now, Sage doing damage to heal is unique, but they didn't make it overpowered. They made it I think it's very balanced. Its shield is still weaker than Scholar, from what I've heard. Like, Scholar still has the better shields overall. So you need to find something for Sage to be better at. Now, doing damage and healing sounds great, but its healing is not comparable to the amount of damage it can do. So it does damage, but the healing is not all the way comparable. Like, say you're trying to heal you're trying to heal the tank, or you're trying to heal another DPS, or you're trying to heal another healer, right? Their healing is weaker. I think their healing is weaker than all three of them, the rest of the three. Previous mentioned natural progress in Heaven's Word could also be applied to tank roles. Scholar's crit shield is god tier. Yeah, I've seen. Astro has a lot of regions as well. Astro can have a lot of regions, that's for sure. I know. And then White Mage has pure healing. But if we're going to talk about Sage, Sage needs to have... I think Sage should do the most damage because it is a damage-focused healer. And I think it comes short on that. So I think they really need to do something with Sage. And I'm going to level out Sage first before, the others. Only because it's become my new favorite healer. Although I've been hearing good things about Astro, so that might change. What's really worrying me out of all these jobs, though, is probably just it's Machinist. Machinist has a problem. Machinist has a damage problem, and Machinist has kind of like a feel problem too. Like, you doing all this stuff in your burst, and it amounts to not much. Like, it amounts to not much. You don't feel too powerful. Well, that's wrong. You do feel powerful when you don't care about the damage that you're doing. If you're not paying attention to the damage that you're doing, you do feel powerful. It just has a damage issue that anybody who's a casual won't see. They're not going to see that. The answer is RNG. Machinist is pure damage and Bard is buff happy. Yeah, and somehow the other two ranged DPS are doing better in damage. Like, Dancer has RNG and is still doing better. How is that even possible? It makes no sense where Machinist is in terms of damage. Like, if you want Machinist to be pure damage, it should be somewhere up here with, like, frickin' Reaper or Ninja. But they're not. They should be up here past Red Mage. They should be somewhere closer to... I would say they should be somewhere closer to Black Mage and Samurai, to be honest. If you want them to be pure damage, they should have a shit ton of damage. Like, a whole hellsome of damage. They should be like one of the best jobs in the game. That's where Machinist should be if you want to make them pure damage. But they're not. But they didn't think about that. Like, I don't even know if they have really any support abilities anymore. Does have a damage issue, but no. I feel something with this game that I felt in PSO2 base game when the super broken class is like Hero, Phantom, I don't know how to pronounce that, Atoy? I'm gonna say Atoil. And Luster came out. The game feels like it's falling apart and does not have a vision anymore of what it wants to be, or to me, at least, it feels this way. Can help but feel a sense of deja vu. It's at its stagnant stage. It's the same thing World of Warcraft went through. Remember when Battle for Azeroth came out? And they were banking on Battle for Azeroth to be like they were trying to say like, oh yeah, everything is going back to the way it was. You know,
Alliance and Horde are going to hate each other. They're at war. But, like, the story wasn't comparable, so people didn't pay attention to that. Then they came up with the Garrison, which made it, like, super boring for a lot of people because they were trying to, I would say, casualize World of Warcraft to the point where people were just soloing the game. They didn't really need to be with their friends. You had a Garrison. And then, ultimately, what it came down to is Shadowlands was just that bad. Shadowlands, competing with Shadowbringers, by the way, pretty much cemented that World of Warcraft had the worst expansion of its time during Shadowlands. Like, especially those who really love the story and lore for World of Warcraft, they're like, what the hell is this? And then when it came to the battle content, they were like, what the hell is this? They didn't like it. Neither side, who focused on one or the other or were mid-core, liked it. They didn't like the story content, they didn't like the battle content, so they left. You know where they left to? They left to RuneScape and Final Fantasy and Guild Wars 2. And Elder Scrolls. They left for Elder Scrolls just as well. They left. They left. But you know what they did? They popped frickin' 14 off so hard that they were just bringing their friends in, thus that artificial inflation in population during that time. But it did not help that because of that certain thing happening, the decision to try to make it easier for new players to come in 14, it didn't help that when they were doing this, they were probably, hopefully someone was conscious about this, but they inadvertently turned 14 into such an easy to get into game that they forgot that content, battle content, and what happens later on, that mattered. They focused on how people were going to get in, but they weren't focusing on like the longevity and the end game. They weren't really focusing on that. They were focusing on ease of players, ease of players, ease of players. And they were already doing that before people were exiling themselves from World of Warcraft and going into 14. It just, like, at the end of the day, you're looking at a company or a team that wanted to play it so safe, and they've been playing it safe this entire time, really. They played it so safe that they really kind of just lost innovation. And that sucks, man. That sucks for any game. It sucks when you have a game that you've been playing for 10 years. Like, I played since 1.0, dude. Maybe they're trying to implement systems that are not compatible with what the game was at the beginning. Due to the nature of live services. It's like trying to create a brand new game with different systems on the top of an old one with old systems. In the end, it created a Frankenstein of a game. It's kind of that. Yeah, it's kind of that. Like, they're building on top of a system that they had to recreate, right? They took the, the Crystal Engine, right? Something to that nature. They took it and they made a Realm Reborn. But what they didn't think about was them building on top of that. They keep saying it was, it's bad code, it's noodle code, so they can't really go into their code and change it for the better because it would be too complicated or it might break something. So this is honestly Dev 101. Always organize your code. Always organize your code. The excuse of a noodle code 8 years down the line is now inexcusable to me because I have now seen it. Not their code, but I've seen the work process. I've seen what game devs had to do to make sure their game can be updatable, especially like in live service, or if they have to update it, they need to make sure that their code is organized, even if it has over 1,000 lines. It needs to be organized. That's part of the reason why, like, I don't think much can be done in 14. They have to literally either rewrite or reorganize the code that they have. When you reorganize something, you have to add more code so that it's stable. And the problem with all of this is that we're 8 years down the line in this new version of 14. And it's like, I would really like to see the battle system change a bit. I would like to see more
like accuracy within the ping, so that when I press a button, there isn't a delay on any of my abilities, right? I would love to see jobs actually have a unique style to themselves, rather than... It's not like they don't have a unique style, it's just... When you take a step back and you look at the tanks, you could say that they're pretty much homogenized in their own little way. They all have 1, 2, 3s. They all have 2-minute bursts. 2 of them has 1-minute bursts. But they're still quite the same. Didn't Blizzard hire people to organize their code? I think this is still possible if they spend the resources. They even have test servers from what I've heard. And that's probably because Blizzard has been in this for a much longer time when making an MMO. I don't think Yoshi P is doing that. I gotta remember, like, and I don't like this, honestly, for Blizzard and World of Warcraft, they have pre-patch, pre-beta test, pre-patch, I guess patch cycles where players can go in and test out the battle system, and then they come out with the actual patch, like adding a few new things. But you know, that right there is a problem to me, because they go in, do the battle content, and they make a guide for the battle content. They reveal all. They have like pre-made cutscenes that aren't even finished, so it comes out looking like pre-homework. And then normal players goes in, they do the battle content, they come into the real patch, only a few new things has been added or changed because of the feedback, and it's like, well, what's the point? What's the point of being surprised or being glad that the patch came out if you already know what the hell you're doing? Everything's already been, like, told in terms of the story. And it's, honestly, they screwed the story up so bad in World of Warcraft, I don't know if for me, I can't really get into it anymore. I was really into, when I was doing my research on World of Warcraft, I read books, I paid attention to the story, at least I tried while I was playing the game, and I got lost. And like nowadays, like the story around Dragonflight, right, that was all around itself. And when they were introducing new characters, they actually told you what they were, how important they were, and what your relationship as like the champion is. Even though that was still lost on me, like being called the champion, even though I was a Drakthir, and Drakthir's were new. They didn't have years and years and years of experience like what a regular champion would go through. So it didn't make any sense. They still have not figured out how to make that work. They give you an island to learn the game, and because of the events of the island, you are called the champion. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's stupid. But the battle content for World of Warcraft, I will say, is better than Final Fantasy by a long shot, probably. Like, the battle content for World of Warcraft is probably better. And that's not a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. I think Final Fantasy should learn, Yoshi P should look at this, look at the content that World of Warcraft, at least the battle content that's coming out for him, look at that and see what they're doing. But then at the same time, I would like him to think about innovation and changes. Like, what if you want to come out with the Berserker job, right? You know how many jobs there are out there in Final Fantasy in general? There's way too many. There's way too many jobs out there. So, like, what if it's 11 o'clock? I gotta start heading out. What if they came out with the Berserker class? Well, what would be the base for the Warrior? Well, it's the Marauder. So, what if the Marauder split into two different classes with specs? Why don't they want to do specs? Because then it becomes too complicated. There's a lot more work in it when you have specs. Plus, they don't want to put in elemental weaknesses, because then it's like, oh, well, then you're going to pay more attention to that job than that job, and it's like, well, there's an easier reason to go about it. Have the variety of elemental weaknesses across the board for mobs and everybody else, than jobs being more important in that certain say or in that certain event. I mean, that can be a thing, and I think that's fine. The only reason why people will, let me just put this out there. The only reason why people do not like elemental weaknesses is because then they can't play their favorite job forever. They don't want to switch jobs. 14 is one of those unique MMOs where you can change your job on the fly, right? Having specs would be great. Having elemental weaknesses would be great, because then there would be a variety of things you need to pay attention to what you need to do in terms of your abilities against one another. If you're not the perfect job for that, right, then I think the battle system should compromise. Like, say for instance, Astro gave you a fire element, even though you don't normally have a fire element on your sword or in your skills. But because the Astro gave you that element, it helps you use that fire element against the mob that's weak against it. But that's too complicated. that's way too complicated. That would be way too complicated for Yoshi P and his team. Like, that would have been great. Specking, having different specs for each job would have been great. I learned that from World of Warcraft. There are 3 specs for Death Knight, which I played mostly as. And as a Death Knight, you have 2 DPS, and I think it's 2 DPS specs and 1 tank spec. And I was mostly one of the DPS specs until I really needed to change to a tank spec. And you can change on the fly too, just with the click of a button, as long as you set it up beforehand. For jobs, right, I think specs would be great. So you didn't have just a Dark Knight that was a tank spec. It can be a DPS spec. It can be a support spec. That would be great. And again, I'm still for elemental weaknesses. I think the biggest complaint against elemental weaknesses is that people think that, oh, then more jobs would be important than the other. And I'm like, okay, is that a problem? It was like, well then, yeah, I can't play the job that I want to play. And it's like, well, it's Final Fantasy. You should try all jobs anyway. And then even after that, they could change the battle system to compromise so that jobs that have support abilities can help you gain that certain gain that upper hand and cover for your weaknesses. Honestly, there are so many examples out there in just anime alone for isekai in-game story points. Like freaking Log Horizon I would say is the best MMO isekai anime that there ever was, really. Like, I mean, there are people who will say Sword Arts is, well, I don't think so. Like, after the first season, I stopped paying attention to it. Maybe the second season was alright, because that was also within an MMO and he was exploring in that, but the first season was the best one overall. But Log Horizon is a great example of like how an MMO acts and like how an MMO works and how it acts and what variety looks like between different classes. Like, variety is like a spice of life, and people just don't want variety. People don't want to change. They don't want to change up things. That sucks, you know? But anyway, it's been real. I gotta go. It's late. And I guess I think I'll see y'all tomorrow. I think I see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, probably an earlier time. I'll try to get up an earlier time. I need to go ahead and fix my internal clock, so I'm gonna have to go to sleep after this. I will see you guys tomorrow. Y'all have a good one.